Chapter 321, Laughing Out Loud. Good. The children nodded and clenched their fists. Their determined look was so adorable that they almost wished they could be hugged and kissed. Then let's use this basket as the little black cat's nest. First, brush off the dust on it with a brush, then wipe it with a wet towel. Don't wash it with water. After Wang Xinyao thought for a while, she already had an overall idea of the nest in her mind, and began to direct the children to clean the cage first. Okay, Mom. After receiving the instructions, the children ran excitedly around the room. Some found brushes to clean the dust, some found towels, and some brought a basin of clean water. After that, the children divided the work and cleaned the vegetable basket that had been stored in the utility room for who knows how long. They first took it outside to brush off all the dust that could be brushed off, and then returned to the room to continue cleaning it with a wet towel. After finishing all these things, the vegetable basket looked a lot more hurried, and there were beads of sweat on the children's faces and heads, but their expressions were still meticulous. Well, the motivation for doing these things is much greater than that for exercising. Ye Xuan stood beside Wang Xinyao and smiled. They had put a lot of effort into getting the little ones to exercise willingly, but even so, the effect was not as good as this. Ha, they are children after all. It's normal for them to be interested in these things. Wang Xinyao nodded, took out a silk scarf from her arms, and wiped the sweat off the little ones one by one. How about it, are you tired? While wiping the sweat off the little ones, Wang Xinyao asked with concern. Mom, we must not be tired either. The children shook their heads, their eyes still full of energy, and asked what to do next. Mom, we've done all this, what should we do next? Okay, let me think about it. Wang Xinyao nodded and looked at the clean vegetable basket. It was more than enough to be used as a nest for the little black cat. Now she could use it by putting a mat under it. However, she still felt like something was missing. That's right. We still have to cover up half of it. Wang Xinyao suddenly snapped her fingers. There was a handle in the middle of the basket, and its height was about 20 centimeters from the plane of the basket, which just divided the basket into two areas. This is just perfect. If one side can be covered, it will not only block the light when the little black cat sleeps, but also improve the warmth-keeping effect. But this made the little ones stunned, and they looked at Wang Xinyao in confusion. Mom, what does this mean? How can the little black cat get in if it's covered? Looking at the children's confused eyes, Wang Xinyao had no choice but to explain it again to the little ones. This time they heard it clearly and understood what it meant. But this made the children feel troubled. They pouted and thought hard for a long time, but could not find any solution. They had no choice but to ask Ye Xuan for help with grievance. Dad, we don't know how to do this, please help us. We can do the rest by ourselves, but we really don't know how to do this. Dad, please help us think of a solution. Dad, you'll help us, right? Seeing the children like this, Ye Xuan could only smile helplessly, nodded lovingly, and agreed to the children's request. Okay, Dad will help you. Hey, then I'll leave this step to Dad. When the children saw that Ye Xuan agreed, they were very happy and none of them were idle. They followed Ye Xuan around like little followers, which made Wang Xinyao couldn't help laughing. Ha, you little guys are always trying to make things difficult for your dad. Now your dad is busy, why are you still clinging to him? Mom, you don't know. If we stay with Dad, we can cheer him up, and he won't get tired. A few little guys stuck out their tongues at Wang Xinyao confidently, and then continued to squat beside Ye Xuan, watching Ye Xuan renovate the little black cat's nest. Oh, these little guys. Wang Xinyao gave a helpless smile and could only watch Ye Xuan work. This was actually very simple for Ye Xuan. He found another slightly worn bamboo basket, removed the bamboo strips from it, and then moved the handle from one side of the basket to the other side. That was mission accomplished. All right. Ye Xuan stood up and brushed the dust off his hands, looking at his work with satisfaction, and couldn't help but laugh. He had promised to give the little black cat delay a small nest, and now it looked just like the cat nest sold in some pet shops, and it looked quite realistic. Now because the upper half of the space is also woven and sealed, it appears to be a circle larger than the original vegetable basket. It looks more realistic and makes people feel very delicate. Dad, you are so awesome. When the children saw the exquisite craftsmanship, they admired Ye Xuan even more. If the little black cat lives in it, it will definitely feel very comfortable. Yeah, that's right, it looks really good. Now we just need to decorate the inside. Even Wang Xinyao couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she saw the scene. Even some old people nowadays may not be able to learn the skill of weaving bamboo baskets, but Ye Xuan is so skilled at it. As long as you are satisfied, I will leave it to you now. Ye Xuan spread his hands towards the little ones, and the next thing would be left to them to do. Okay, Dad, don't worry, we can do it. After solving this problem, the little guys regained their motivation. They took the small blankets and fur carpets and started cutting them to make a small bed for the little black cat. So soft. It feels so comfortable to touch. After doing all this, Ye Xuan stretched out her hand to try it, and immediately felt a softness and warmth in her palm. She was very satisfied with the little nest they had built for the little black cat. Xiaoxi, do you want to try and see if you can lie down in there too? Wang Xinyao looked at Ye Xuan's smiling face and said something jokingly. Ah. Then wouldn't I have robbed the little black cat's nest? Ye Xuan was immediately unhappy, and shook her little head like a rattle, which made everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 322 How Beautiful. Alright, let's take a quick photo of the little nest you guys have built as a souvenir. After the joke, Wang Xinyao also took out her mobile phone, ready to let the little ones squat next to the little ones to leave a good memory for them. During the process of building the nest this time, except for Ye Xuan who built half of the roof for the nest, the rest was mainly done by the children themselves. This is also a very meaningful thing for them, which can exercise their hands-on ability very well. Seeing Wang Xinyao take out her cell phone, the little guys hurriedly pulled Ye Xuan in front of the camera and posed for herself. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. After Wang Xinyao adjusted the angle, she pressed the shutter button. The children's smiles and the love on Ye Xuan's face were also frozen at this moment. After looking at the photos, the children and Ye Xuan were very satisfied. Then they picked up the little black cat and put it in the nest they had just built. How's it going, kitty? It feels good, right? The children squatted beside the nest and watched the little black cat's performance, their eyes full of anticipation. After all, they had worked hard to build this nest for the little black cat. Meow. After entering the nest, the little black cat stretched out his body, showing his little paws, scratched the soft cushion, and then lay down on it comfortably, closing his eyes lazily. It looks like the little black cat likes its little cage very much. Hee, it's already asleep. It must be very satisfied with the little nest we built for it. But it's so lazy. How come it's lazier than me? The children looked at the little black cat taking a nap inside with a smile on their faces, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. Okay, it's done. Go take a shower and rest for a while. Daddy will take you out to play. At this moment, Ye Xuan walked forward with a smile. Because the children were all dirty from building the nest just now, he told them to take a bath first. Ah. Go out and play? Where are we going to play, Dad? Upon hearing this, the children immediately shifted their attention from the little black cat to Ye Xuan, and they all began to guess in their hearts about the destination this time. You guys should know where we are this time, right? Without giving a direct answer, Ye Xuan just smiled mysteriously and winked at the children. We know? The child started mumbling strangely and started brainstorming at the same time. Soon they came up with an idea and looked at Ye Xuan excitedly. Dad, are you talking about the Eiffel Tower? My babies are so smart, they got it right. Ye Xuan smiled and nodded, and the little ones also began to cheer, and then hurriedly walked towards the bathroom hand in hand. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, they began to urge Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao to set off. Soon, everyone arrived at the nearby Eiffel Tower. It was already noon, and the sun above their heads was no longer as scorching as it had been for a while. Instead, it gave people a warm and soft feeling. When they arrived near the Eiffel Tower, more and more people gathered nearby. This place always gathers tourists from all over the world. After the little ones came here, they ran around happily. Ye Xuan didn't care about these little ones and let them run around. Children, come here, mommy is taking a picture of you. Wang Xinyao has been fiddling with a SLR camera that had just arrived. Now that she has figured out how to use it, she calls on a few little ones to come over and take pictures. Come on. The children turned around with a smile, then trotted over to Wang Xinyao, stood in front of her, posed, and looked at her conceitedly. Mom, you must take beautiful pictures of us. I'm going to take a picture of my mom later too. Hey, let's take a sweet photo with Mom and Dad. Don't forget the family photo. The little ones opened their mouths one by one and couldn't stop. After standing for most of the day, they were still chattering. Wang Xinyao looked helpless and simply took a few ugly photos of the little ones. Then she walked up to them with a smile and showed them to the little ones. Look at you guys, how ugly you are. Ah! This is really too ugly. Several little guys cried out in surprise. The pictures captured by Wang Xinyao showed them looking so ugly that they couldn't be uglier. They all pouted their lips and looked at Wang Xinyao aggrievely. My mom's photography skills are not very good at all. The photos she took of us don't look pretty at all. That's right, it's not fun when mom bullies you. Why don't we let dad do it? Dad must be better at taking photos than mom. A few little ones were a little unhappy and clamored for Ye Xuan to take pictures of them. You little guys, you actually blame me. Who told you to move around just now? Wang Xinyao was very helpless. Ye Xuan was walking over with a smile at this time and said to the little guys, how about this, Daddy will help you adjust your poses so that Mommy can take pictures of you, okay? All right. The children nodded doubtfully. Although they still didn't quite believe it, they temporarily agreed. Ye Xuan led a few little ones to adjust their movements, and then helped Wang Xinyao adjust the data in the SLR camera, and assisted in completing the photo taking together. It looks so good. Honey, you are so professional. Wang Xinyao looked at the photo images that appeared in the camera and was immediately amazed by herself. She opened her mouth in shock and even doubted whether she had taken these photos. Really? Let's see. Aren't we super good looking? Mom, show us too. The eyes of the little ones in front suddenly lit up, and they all came forward, wanting to see how beautiful they looked in the photos. Wow! This is so beautiful. When the little ones saw how cute and pretty they looked in the photos, and that the sunlight and background tones were just right, they were immediately very satisfied. Okay, let's go somewhere else and continue shopping. After that, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao led the little ones to the foot of the Eiffel Tower to take a few photos. Then, seeing that there was still plenty of time, they went to some other attractions in the surrounding area and took a lot of photos during the period. Dad, we're hungry. Can we go get something to eat? After playing for a while, the little ones felt hungry and clamored for Ye Xuan to take them to eat something. Chapter 323 Contemplation. Good. Ye Xuan agreed, and after packing up, he took the little ones to a famous steakhouse nearby, where they had some steak and special snacks. After filling their stomachs, the little ones regained their spirits and continued to play at the scenic spots outside. The little ones had a great meal and played even better that day. It was the most enjoyable day they had in recent times. When it was time to go home, they were all reluctant to leave. How was it? Did you have fun today? Come and soak your feet. After returning home, Ye Xuan was not idle either. He made some hot water for the children. They had run around a lot today, and it was the most tiring day for the little ones in a long time. If they don't soak their feet and have a good rest, I'm afraid the little ones will start complaining about their leg pain the next day. Hey, we are so happy today. While soaking their feet comfortably, the children looked at the photos taken today, smiling foolishly from time to time and reminiscing about this unforgettable day. These photos are so beautiful. We took a lot of photos at the scenic spots. It turns out that my mother can take photos so well. I want my mother to take photos of me in the future. Look, isn't this photo of mine particularly good looking? Wang Xinyao had just cut some fruits for the little ones and happened to see them soaking their feet and admiring the photos. Not to mention their narcissistic looks, she was also amused by the little ones. You little guys are getting more conceited every day. Mom also said that when we went out before, we tried on several sets of clothes before we were satisfied. Ye Xiao pouted unconvincingly and told a little episode that happened before Wang Xinyao left today. Hearing this, Ye Xuan just covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Wang Xinyao's face also turned red, and then she fell into silence. After looking at the photos, Yi Jing carefully selected some photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, and then sent some other photos to Zhou Xiaodan and other good friends. At this moment, in China, Zhou Xiaodan was also at home looking at his mobile phone. He happened to receive a message from Yi Jing, and clicked it to read it with a smile. When Zhou Xiaodan saw the photo Yi Jing sent her, which was a group photo of 5 sisters with famous Western attractions behind them, she was stunned and quickly sent a message to ask Yi Jing. Wow! Yi Jing, where have you been? These photos are so beautiful. Hey, my dad took us to the west to play. Today we went to the Eiffel Tower and many other interesting attractions, and we also ate a lot of delicious food. Okay, then when will you come back? I miss you. Zhou Xiaodan pouted as she replied to the message. During the time when Yi Jing was away, Her summer vacation life had become much more boring. I don't know about that either. I will definitely tell you when I come back. We miss you very much. Yeah, okay. While Ye Jing and Zhou Xiaodan were chatting, Zhou Xiaodan's father happened to finish his business and walked out of the study. Seeing Zhou Xiaodan looking at his mobile phone with a smile, he came over curiously. Xiaodan, what are you doing? Dad, I'm chatting with Ye Jing. Turning his head to look at his father, Zhou Xiaodan smiled brightly and happily shared his previous conversation with Ye Jing. Ye Jing and her friends went to the west recently and visited many interesting places. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaodan clicked on the photos and handed them to his father, then continued excitedly. Dad, look. These are the photos Ye Jing sent me just now. Okay, let me take a look. Zhou Xiaodan's father nodded and smiled as he took the phone and casually looked at a few photos. At first, I just looked at the photos taken by Ye Jing and others at the scenic spots, and I couldn't say what I felt. After all, if I had time, I could take Xiaodan out to play, but I've been too busy with work recently. But later, when he finished looking at the photos of the scenic spots, Zhou Xiaodan's father saw the photos of the manor. He was stunned and opened his eyes wide to look at the details carefully. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Because in these photos of the manor, he did not see any details about the attractions, and the contents of the photos were all full of life, some of which were about building a nest for the little black cat, some were about playing in the garden, and there were even a few little guys helping to wash the dishes. After seeing the end, Zhou's father had a rough idea in his mind, but he still didn't dare to believe it, so he asked Zhou Xiaodan beside him. By the way, Xiaodan, what is this manor? This belongs to Ye Jing's father. Zhou Xiaodan replied with a smile, children are always innocent after all, and they were not too surprised about this. But this is not a big deal. After confirming the news, Zhou's father was completely shocked. He shivered and almost dropped his phone on the ground. A manor of this level actually belongs to Mr. Yi alone. Dad, Zhou secretly exclaimed and handed the phone back to Zhou Xiaodan. He didn't dare to continue looking at it. His head was numb and he didn't know how to describe his mood. How rich is Mr. Yi to own such a huge and luxurious manor in the West? Just on their side, they already owned the top-notch #1 villa in Yilongshan Pavilion, which was already something that shocked him extremely at the time, but there was actually such a manor abroad. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhou Xiaodan took the phone, looked at her father's strange expression, and asked considerately. No, nothing, I just need some quiet time. Father Zhou smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't say anything more and tried hard to control his expression. But no matter how he forced himself to calm down, the shock he felt just now still lingered in his heart and could not be shaken off. When other friends in the circle of friends saw these photos, as well as their parents, they were all stunned. They could not find any words to describe their feelings except envy. How can this be called being rich? I'm afraid such a boring thing is just a meaningless number to Ye Xuan. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out what kind of strength was needed to own such a manor. Back at the villa, the little ones were looking at the photos and sharing them with their good friends. They originally thought of sharing them just for fun, but they didn't know that their posting would make many people fall into deep thought. Chapter 324, Managing Money. Afterwards, after resting for a while, Ye Xuan had just finished cooking, and the little ones came over to eat. The family ate happily and talked about their experiences of the day. The atmosphere was very warm. Master and Madam. Junior sisters. I'm back. However, while they were eating, Long Ling just happened to come back. Her face was rosy and there was a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. Come on, have you eaten yet? Come over and join us. Ye Xuan nodded and smiled, but unexpectedly Long Ling was more self-conscious. After throwing down her small bag, she went to the kitchen to get a set of bowls and chopsticks, and came to the dining table with a smile. Hey, Master, do you think I came back at the right time? Not too early, not too late, just in time for dinner. Okay, sit down quickly. You've never been so talkative during a meal. Ye Xuan looked at Long Ling with disdain while holding his chopsticks, but he also asked her to sit down and eat. Sister Long Ling, you look so happy today. Did something happy happen to you? The girls looked at the smile on Long Ling's face and asked her curiously. Ye Xuan, who had already understood everything in his heart, smiled slightly. Others might not understand Long Ling, but he knew him too well. Then he said jokingly. Your sister Long has always been obsessed with money, and you little guys know that. Look at her smile, it's like a morning glory, she must have a lot of money. Long Ling almost choked while eating and waved her hand with a smile. What? Master, those are all yours. I am just a temporary manager. Ha, don't I know? Ye Xuan was also happy and didn't say anything else. He thought that judging from Long Ling's expression, everything he had assigned to her was going smoothly. Sister Long Ling, you can't be so fond of money. Our teacher said that greed is the devil. Yes. As long as there is enough money to spend, it's fine. Sister Long must control herself. Sister Long, besides money, we actually have more things worth loving. This? Long Ling was somewhat helpless. How come these little guys became so philosophical when he had only been away for a short time? What? You little brats really don't understand your sister Long at all. I am managing your money. It will all be yours from now on. It has nothing to do with me. When the little ones heard Long Ling say this, they were only half understood and not quite sure what it was, but they still smiled foolishly and picked up the food for Long Ling affectionately. After dinner, because Long Ling came back, even though the little ones were very tired during the day, they became energetic again and played with Long Ling until late at night. Only under Ye Xuan's urging did they reluctantly go to bed. After getting up the next morning, Long Ling was busy with the work at hand with a lollipop in her mouth. She looked relaxed and happy, as if everything was going smoothly. But suddenly, after seeing a message, Long Ling bit the lollipop in her mouth into pieces, and quickly trotted out to find Ye Xuan. Master, a new oil field was recently discovered in Dubai. The auction is right here in the west. We can go and get it. How do you think? Hee, and it just so happens that, Master, you have been in the limelight recently. Why don't we strike while the iron is hot and create more glory? When Ye Xuan heard the news, his expression remained calm and he just laughed it off. Well, go ahead. Master. Am I going alone? When Long Ling saw Ye Xuan's indifferent look, she was a little surprised. What else? Can't you handle it by yourself? Master, you still trust me? Long Ling curled her lips when she heard this and continued speaking with some embarrassment. But Master, how can I control the situation by myself? Sister Long Ling, let us help you calm the situation down. A few little guys nearby happened to hear it and came over to Long Ling. Although they didn't know what was going on, they still found it quite interesting. Long Ling looked at the innocent smiles of the children and fell silent. She thought to herself, you little guys, are you relying on being cute and adorable to keep the place in check? Ye Xuan was also amused by this scene and waved to Longshire, who was sitting silently beside him. Hey, I'll go with you. Longshire sighed helplessly, stood up and walked towards Long Ling. Good. Seeing that at least Longshire was following him, Long Ling stopped thinking about it and nodded with a smile. After packing up, Long Ling and Longshire left the manor with a few little guys and the little black cat, and drove to the auction site. Hearing the sound of the car engine gradually fading away and finally returning to silence, Wang Xinyao, who was sitting next to Ye Xuan, suddenly felt hot all over and her face was red. Thinking about the last time she and Ye Xuan had such an opportunity to be alone together, she didn't know when it was. Xinyao, let's go to the yard and have some snacks. Good. After stretching, Ye Xuan stood up and went to the kitchen to bring out a plate of snacks. He also made a pot of hot tea, and brought Wang Xinyao to the yard to sit and drink tea and eat snacks. The two of them ate and chatted. After a while, Ye Xuan's hand was already around Wang Xinyao's soft waist, making her face instantly more rosy. May I? Ye Xuan hugged Wang Xinyao gently, and his magnetic voice surrounded Wang Xinyao's ears, as if it had an irresistible magic. Wang Xinyao didn't say anything, but just responded to Ye Xuan in a low voice like the buzzing of a mosquito, and felt her cheeks gradually getting hot. Seeing this, Ye Xuan didn't bother to clean up the unfinished snacks and tea outside. He picked up Wang Xinyao and walked into the house. Soon, there were bursts of shouting and humming in the empty room. At the same time, at the auction site, luxury cars were everywhere. Those top luxury cars that were rarely seen on the road on normal days were now driving in one after another. In today's heavyweight auction, a lot of people have been filtered out. Those who can come here are all top dignitaries. After all, it is related to the oil field, and the threshold is not low at all. This is where the auction is being held, and it is indeed a top-notch club in the area. It is decorated elegantly and luxuriously, with a gilded statue in the middle that is very eye-catching, shining brightly in the sun. Chapter 325 Explosive Power. As for other decoration materials, it can be said that they cost a lot of money. It is a luxury that ordinary people can hardly imagine. It is also a favorite place of Western dignitaries. Led by waiters in formal attire and with dignified manners, the luxury cars were parked in an orderly manner, and then the dignitaries got out of the cars. Since the auction had not officially started yet, they all gathered together and started chatting. These bosses are dressed luxuriously and stylishly. Some wear suits and leather shoes with a tie on their chest, while others wear dress gowns, looking noble. Even if they are not wearing those diamond-level brands of luxury goods, they are still some custom-made clothes that are equally valuable. Often, a set of clothes can cost hundreds of thousands, and some even reach a terrifying amount of hundreds of thousands or even millions. Everyone, this is a big deal. It is definitely a sure win. Who said it wasn't? I can't even remember how long ago it was since we last had a project like this. Anyway, I won't let you guys down this time. Ha ha ha, of course. I heard that the oil reserves in this oil field are extraordinary. The subsequent income is quite stable. It must be a popular place. Talking about this auction, although these CEOs were still communicating with each other with smiles on their faces, they all had their own plans in mind. After all, such deals are hard to come by. This time it is still about the large oil field in Dubai, which has attracted the attention of many bosses and investors from all over the world, all of whom want to get a piece of the pie. Everyone knows that this is definitely not something that anyone can easily take over, and no one can tell how deep the water is. The rich man from Dubai is here. However, when several people were talking, they suddenly heard a scream, and then saw the rich man who owned the oil field in Dubai driving his luxury car slowly towards them. Upon seeing this, everyone stopped their current discussion and looked over there, only to see that there was a leopard following the slowly moving luxury car. The leopard had shiny fur and cold eyes. It glanced at the bosses here indifferently, and then continued to follow the luxury car. What's going on? Just come on, and you're bringing a leopard with you. Too arrogant, is this the rich man from Dubai? TSK, why don't you just tie up this leopard with a rope? Aren't you afraid that this guy will eat people? When the bosses saw this scene, their jaws almost dropped, their eyes were stunned, and the shock in their hearts came like waves. Those who were a little timid even backed away, as if they were afraid that the leopard would eat them alive. At this moment, the luxury car of the rich man in Dubai stopped in front of everyone, and a middle-aged man got out of it. Just by looking at his appearance, he had the typical characteristics of the Dubai area. Although he was only wearing the local robe, which was just made of better material, the dark gold Richard Miller on his wrist and the pendant inlaid with various gemstones on his neck could prove his wealth and inhumanity. Don't worry, everyone. This leopard is just my pet. It's very well behaved and won't bite anyone. As the rich man was talking, he waved at the leopard. The leopard came over obediently and let the rich man stroke its head. It even showed an expression of enjoyment. Your habits of raising pets are really different from ours. Is this all possible? How do you tame a ferocious leopard? So it's a pet. I was really scared just now. When everyone saw the rich man stroking the leopard, they felt relieved. Seeing the leopard's well-behaved appearance, they thought it would not eat people. However, they still find it somewhat difficult to accept such a hardcore pet, as it is an existence that is beyond the cognition of all of them. After talking about the pet leopard for a while, the rich man asked his men to take the leopard to other places, while he talked about the oil field auction with the bosses. Because this is the rich man's own thing, he seems very relaxed at the moment and even brags about himself a little. Let me tell you, this oil field is quite good. If any of you can take a picture of it, you will definitely make money. The CEOs just smiled when they heard this. They all wanted this oil field, but it was not so easy to get it. It was not something that could be obtained easily. However, the auction hasn't even started yet, and no one can tell for sure who will get the item, so everyone still holds on to a glimmer of hope. Indeed, this oil field is a good thing. Although our family business is not involved in this area, we have invested a lot of money this time. If I don't take it down, it will be difficult to explain when I go back. Oh, that's true. My old man also told me to take over this oil field regardless of the cost. Anyway, since he said so, I have to follow his wishes. No matter what, it's not certain who will win, but I think I should be able to make it to the end, so let's give it a try. During the conversation at this time, several CEOs had already shown their determination to win. Some of them were not even from the West, but came from relatively far places, but they had made sufficient preparations for this auction. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just when everyone was still chatting, a top-of-the-line supercar suddenly drove in outside, and everyone looked over in the direction of the roar of the engine. But after just a glance, every one of the bosses who knew this car felt disappointed and their faces turned gloomy. The one driving this top-of-the-line supercar is a famous family in the West. Their financial resources and connections are so huge that no one can imagine. This is just bullshit. I really didn't expect that the people from this family had been so low-key recently that people almost forgot about them, but they actually came again this time. Well, let's go. I don't know about others, but this auction has nothing to do with us anyway. The bosses were horrified inside, and were very surprised that this family had come. At this time, the top supercar also stopped aside, and the eldest son of the family walked down with an expressionless face, followed by a man. The man has a strong physique, a resolute and steady face, and at first glance he is a deep and reliable person. There is a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the muscles wrapped in his suit also contain indescribable explosive power. Chapter 326, Eyes Wide Open. The bosses were even more shocked when they saw this scene. They all knew these two men. Needless to say, the man with luxurious clothes and elegant temperament was the eldest master of this family. The man next to him is the right-hand man of their family's patriarch. Almost whenever the patriarch shows up, this man is always by his side. He not only acts as a bodyguard, but also a skilled worker with outstanding business abilities. Therefore, the status of men is naturally not low. In the entire family, except for the old man who is the head of the family, everyone is more or less polite and respectful to men. After all, sometimes, what he says represents what the old man who is the head of the family says. Thinking of this, everyone's faces suddenly became even uglier. If even this person came, that person was determined to win. The vast majority of them simply did not have the capital to compete with him. These are heavyweight competitors, they cannot compare with others. Many people smiled bitterly. They are afraid that they will become spectators in this auction. How is your injury now? Are there any other problems? After getting off the car, the young master suddenly remembered something and then looked at the man next to him with concern. It's nothing serious. It's almost healed. The other party didn't kill him that day. The man's resolute face fluctuated slightly when he brought up this topic, and it was obvious that he was still traumatized by that incident. That's good. Thank you for your hard work this time. It's okay, the old man also takes this auction very seriously. After the young master talked to the man for a few words, the two of them walked inside together. Seeing this, the bosses did not dare to be negligent and hurried forward to curry favor with him, with respect and enthusiasm written all over their faces. They thought that it was not easy to meet him. Even if this auction had nothing to do with them, it was still good to leave a good impression on others. Master, you actually came in person. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Are you also interested in this oil field? Then we really can't compete. Master, is the old master of the family in good health? Please take me to say hello to him. I will definitely visit him when I am free someday. Faced with the flattery of these bosses, the young master's expression did not change. He just nodded slightly and did not even bother to look at these people. But even so, the enthusiasm of the bosses remains unabated. After all, the other person's status is so great that it is normal for him to ignore them. After a while, what surprised these bosses was that, in addition to the eldest young master, there were also people from several other big families who came here one after another. Faced with these masters whose identities were more terrifying than the last, these bosses didn't even dare to breathe. The visitors from several large families stared at the competing families with sharp and cold eyes, which was enough to explain everything. When the bosses saw this, they knew very well in their hearts that today's auction would probably be another bloody storm. The presence of all these owners clearly illustrates the importance of this auction. However, no matter how big or small it is, with this kind of momentum, they can only serve as a foil. Oh, this is too difficult. Who could have thought that so many big guys would come? We can't help it. The profit this time is too huge. Let alone others, many of us originally thought that we would do whatever it takes to get it without considering the consequences. Oh, but now in front of them, I'm afraid our two brushes are not enough to show off. The bosses sighed and all had bitter smiles on their faces. It's almost time, let's go in first. As they were talking, one of the bosses glanced at his watch and saw that the auction was not long away from starting. That's right. Whether it succeeds or not, let's go in first and talk about it later. The other CEOs also sighed and thought about going in first, and the rest was not important. But in a flash, just after the bosses took a few steps, they saw a luxury car driving in, accompanied by the sound of brakes rubbing against the tires, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Who is this? So arrogant, I don't even recognize this car. I don't know, I haven't seen it anyway. TSK, this car is really nice. It directly crushes all the other luxury cars present. Everyone looked at the luxury car driving in front of them with a look of confusion. No one had ever seen it before. It's finally here. The moment the car door was opened, everyone heard a burst of children's laughter, and then saw Long Ling and a few little ones walking down first. Ah, why is it different from what I imagined? Seeing these harmless little guys, everyone was stunned for a moment. They felt that the appearance of Long Ling and these little guys here was somewhat abrupt. But just when everyone was stunned, the next second, Long Ye walked down from the driver's seat coldly, glanced in the direction of the CEOs, and immediately these CEOs felt a chill as strong as a knife or sword. This is the one. How is it possible? After seeing Long Ye's face clearly, the man next to the young master suddenly trembled, his legs began to tremble slightly, and he looked at Long Ye in disbelief, who was wearing a suit. This man is one of the strongest men in their family, and he was confident in his skills before. But when he met Long Ye, he realized that he had been just looking at the world from the bottom of a well, and had no idea how terrifying a real strong man is. This was the super strong man who had knocked them out last time. His ghostly steps and beast-like strength still remained in the deepest part of their memory. That time, Long Ye completely destroyed his pride and made him feel what true powerlessness was. Master, this person is the super strong man who knocked us all out last time. Are you sure? The young master already felt it was strange, and when he heard the man's trembling words, his brows suddenly frowned. Master, I can't be wrong. I will remember that figure for the rest of my life. I see. Nodding, the young master then looked at the little guys around Long Ling, took a deep breath, and talked to himself. Are these the children of Mr. Ye that Grandpa mentioned last time? What? Although the voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by several people from other large families nearby. Immediately, everyone's scalp tingled and their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 327. It's too sudden. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. No one spoke. They all looked at Long Shi and Long Ling in awe, including these little guys. Now even if they were fools, they would know who the other party was. I dare to ask these so-called big families present, who would dare to act rashly in front of him? Yeah, that's right. That's how it has to be. Long Ling looked at their reactions, nodded with satisfaction, and whispered to the little guys beside him. Hey, you guys just watch out today, Sister Long, I'm going to teach you what it means to use a tiger's skin as a banner. The children nodded woodenly. When Long Ling raised his head again, he saw the leading young master and people from other big families walking quickly towards him and others, with respect in their eyes and warm and flattering smiles on their faces. So you are Mr. Ye's people. We apologize for our poor hospitality. Please forgive us. Oh my God, how could our small auction alarm you? I feel that my whole life is worth it just to meet you once. As expected of someone close to Mr. Ye, her temperament is beyond our reach. Mr. Ye's precious daughters also look smart and clever. They will definitely be the best beauties in the future. Long Ling smiled indifferently. Facing the continuous flattery of so many people, she just coughed lightly and continued to remain silent. But although it looked so realistic, Long Ling was actually very happy in her heart and was almost going crazy with joy. The little guys next to him were stunned, looking curiously at the people who came to greet them enthusiastically, and they were still a little confused at the moment. By the way, will Mr. Ye come over later? While asking about each other's well-being, one of them also asked about Ye Xuan's whereabouts, and the others also looked at Long Ling. Ha, are you kidding me? My master would come to a place like this? Long Ling was also fully into the state at this time. He sneered coldly and glanced at everyone with disdain. Master? After hearing what Long Ling said, everyone present was extremely shocked. This person was actually Mr. Ye's apprentice. That identity was too terrifying. And since Mr. Ye asked his apprentice to come, doesn't that mean he is here in person? For a moment, everyone's expressions became more respectful. They bent over and leaned forward, not daring to look Long Ling in the eye. So you are Mr. Ye's apprentice. I'm so sorry. It's us who don't know the etiquette. Miss, please come in. If you stand here, we will treat it as Mr. Ye standing here. It's all the same. Make way for the young lady and the other daughters, don't just stand there. Afterwards, amid the scolding from the visitors from these big families, the bosses who were still watching from the back were all trembling and quickly made way. Good. Long Ling nodded lightly, then strode forward. However, the people from the big families still followed behind, constantly trying to curry favor with him. Yi Jing and the other little ones opened their mouths in surprise. They were stunned by this scene. Their heads were still in a mess. It all happened too suddenly. Just after Long Ling entered, many people who had entered before also saw this strange scene. These big guys who were usually famous all made way for Long Ling with respectful looks on their faces. What's going on? Why are you giving way to this little girl? This is so unscientific. Who is this girl? I've never seen such a person before. What kind of scene is this? I'm not sure if I'm still asleep. Several bosses squinted their eyes in confusion, but seeing that no one around spoke, they had no choice but to find a young man from one of the big families and ask about this matter. What on earth is going on? How can you treat a little girl like that? Seeing several CEOs coming towards him and asking this question, the young man in front of him, who was already a little nervous, became even more panicked in an instant. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The young man quickly looked towards Long Ling. Seeing that Long Ling didn't hear it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one heard it. The way you guys addressed others was really rude. I'm giving you a piece of advice. You'd better be respectful to this person. He is a character that no one of us combined can afford to offend. What? Several CEOs were almost shocked by the other party's words and actions. They couldn't understand why the young man would say that. Although this young man is not as good as the young masters of the big families, he is also a well-known figure here. You should know the news that the mercenaries and assassin organizations that entered China recently were destroyed, right? The young man took a deep breath, and seeing that these bosses still didn't understand, he simply started talking about something that everyone knew recently. Of course I know, but are these two things related? The bosses nodded woodenly, but still didn't know what the connection was. In their eyes, both Long Ling and the little guys looked harmless. Although Long sure gives people the feeling of a cold knife, he is just one person. Could he have any connection with those teams that are so powerful that they can kill all kinds of mercenaries and killer organizations? Okay, since you know about this, I can explain it to you. The young man nodded, looked solemnly at Long Ling's back as he walked inside, and continued to speak to the few people word by word. I can tell you for sure that the person behind all this is none other than this young lady's master, Mr. Ye Xuan. And those children are Mr. Ye's daughters. Now think carefully about what kind of people they are. Can we neglect them? Those famous mercenary organizations were wiped out in such a swift manner. Tell me, if they want us to be buried with them, what ability do we have to resist? Boom! The young man had said so much that everyone understood. They felt as if a thunderbolt from the sky had struck their foreheads. They went numb from head to toe. Their bodies could not help but tremble. They couldn't help but recall some rumors they had heard before. The black sticker that seemed illusory to them, as well as the rumors that the family heads had abnormal expressions after entering the mysterious manor, were also confirmed at this moment. This was not just hearsay, but real things happening around them. Chapter 328, Fine Works. Since they can confirm that these are true, even if this Long Ling is just that person's apprentice, the energy contained in it is beyond their imagination. Gradually, everyone remembered the bloodbath that had taken place in the West before, which had terrified all the families in the West. Countless ancient and powerful families had been completely silenced in that bloodbath. Memories were like thousands of silk threads, finally intertwined together at this moment. The expressions on everyone's faces were not very good. Either the corners of their mouths were twitching because of surprise, or their eyelids were twitching wildly, and fear spread to the whole body. At this moment, when they looked at Long Ling and the little guys again, they no longer had the harmless feeling they had before. Instead, they were filled with a strong sense of oppression that almost froze their heartbeats. Even the rich man named Dibai who was standing nearby was extremely shocked after hearing these things. Originally, he didn't think that these people had such high status, but after hearing this, he found it hard to accept it in his heart. Recently, the high bounty offered by the Qingling potion has become known to everyone, and those desperate criminals who flocked to China were completely wiped out in front of everyone's astonishment. Even though he was far away in the Middle East, he had heard about this matter a long time ago. But when he saw the disciple of the person who started all this standing in front of him, the rich man of Dubai was confused. He just came to the auction to take a look. How could he have imagined that something like this would happen and he would meet such a heavyweight figure? At this moment, everyone present quickly learned the identities of Long Ling and others. Everyone felt an invisible terror surrounding them, and even breathing became difficult. Finally, after Long Ling and Longshire brought a few little ones into the auction venue first, the others followed in. "Miss, please sit in the front." After the young masters and sons of the big families followed them in, they were not idle either. They continued to come forward and flatter, welcoming Long Ling and others to the front row of seats, which was originally their place. "Ahem, this place is fine, let's sit here." Long Ling nodded calmly, and the others also smiled and pulled out the chairs, inviting Long Ling and others to sit down. "Miss, is there anything else you need? Would you like something to drink?" After Long Ling sat down with the children, the people from the big families and other bosses came over and served them warmly. Those who knew that he was here to attend the auction thought that he was just a service staff here. "Just drink tea." Long Ling pursed her lips and smiled, and those people nodded quickly, then looked at the little guys sitting next to Long Ling with a smile. "What do you ladies need? Just tell us." "Uncle, we want tea too." The children pouted and thought about it, but they didn't know what was here, so they simply asked for the same thing as Long Ling. "Okay, please wait a moment, we will bring it up to you later." Those CEOs knew this was a good opportunity to show off, so they quickly ran outside. After a while, the people from the big families and other bosses respectfully brought an exquisite teapot and several teacups, placed them on a white silver tray, and respectfully handed them to Long Ling and others. "Miss, ladies and gentlemen, this is tea, please enjoy it slowly. If you need anything, please feel free to tell us." Everyone came over with things smiling, and after fawning for a while, they returned to their seats. Long Ling held the teacup elegantly, taking a sip from time to time, looking at the staff in front of her who were preparing with a calm expression, which made the children of the big families and the bosses who were watching Long Ling around them all feel frightened. Longshire leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. He was still thinking about the things regarding the demon dragon flag. As for these guys in front of him, he never took them seriously. He is indeed Mr. Ye's disciple. With such temperament, conversation, and calm demeanor, what kind of confidence does he need to possess this? Well, I believe everyone has an idea of who will own this oil field now, but as long as that person is happy, it doesn't matter. TSK, it's really hard to imagine who Mr. Ye is. I don't even dare to look directly at his apprentice. The look in that man's eyes just now almost made me faint. When others saw the two people's postures, they were also amazed and had to admit defeat. But the little guys didn't care about all this. They just sat leisurely on the chairs, swinging their legs, drinking the tea in their hands in small sips, and looking at the scenery on and off the stage with curious eyes from time to time. "Everyone please be quiet, our auction is about to begin." At this moment, the preparations on the stage were completed, and an auctioneer with formal attire and good appearance came up and looked at the people in the audience with a solemn expression. This auctioneer has a very big background. He is a very famous auctioneer in the industry. He has hosted many large-scale auctions and is quite popular in the circle of dignitaries. The auction items that passed through his hands before, which were worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, were simply insignificant. It was common for him to have auction items worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Among them were oil fields like this one, as well as minerals and other top collectibles. Therefore, he felt at ease with this auction and did not feel too much pressure. However, since he was invited by this wealthy man in Dubai with a large sum of money, he still unreservedly released his business capabilities. After announcing that the auction was about to begin, he gave a grand introduction to this oil field. "First of all, on behalf of all the auction staff, I welcome everyone to participate. Our auction is about to begin. Please be prepared, because this is an auction that is hard to find anywhere else in the world. Taste. This oil field is located in the Middle East. It was discovered not long ago by a wealthy businessman from the empire. It is located on the edge of the desert, with a city behind it and only a few dozen miles away from the surrounding roads. According to current exploration, the oil reserves of this oil field have reached a terrifying 7 billion tons. It is a treasure trove that contains the Earth's evolution over tens of millions of years. The oil produced is high in density and quality, with low sulfur content. Looking at the world, it is also a top-quality oil field. Chapter 329, Moved. In addition, there are at least 3 trillion cubic meters of natural gas in this oil field. The difficulty of mining is relatively small, and the rock formations are not that complicated. Everyone, what does this information indicate? As long as we get the oil field in this auction, we don't have to take much risk. As long as we can organize a professional mining team, the subsequent profits will be endless. The auctioneer was standing on the stage, speaking eloquently and wittily, praising the oil field to the skies, with almost every word having advantages. But in the eyes of those bosses and children of big families, this was no longer so attractive. After hearing this, they could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Even if they let the auctioneer talk up all kinds of stories about the oil field, it has nothing to do with them now. It is definitely someone else's property. As for whether or not to try to compete, let us not consider whether they have the capital to compete with others. Even if they do, they dare not. After all, those mercenaries and killer organizations that were killed some time ago were not wasted, and the subsequent assets were all transferred to other people's hands. Thinking about this, the people in the audience were helpless and could only listen to the auctioneer in a disjointed manner without any significant reaction. Soon, after the auctioneer introduced the oil field's oil and gas reserves, the difficulty of extraction and subsequent development, the information about the oil field was completely displayed to everyone. The auctioneer took a deep breath and still felt a little dry in the mouth after saying all this at once. However, in his expectation, today should be a scene of a fight between gods. Even if my introduction didn't have much effect, the actual value of this oil field was clear to these people in the audience. They must be scrambling to get it. I couldn't estimate what the price would be by then. Everyone, the above is the relevant information about our oil field this time. I believe that after listening to the introduction, everyone has a general understanding of it. Let's get started. The reserve price for this oil field auction is 100 billion. You can raise your price as much as you like. After the auctioneer said these last two sentences, he told everyone that they could start bidding and looked at the people below the stage expectantly. However, surprisingly, no one in the audience dared to move, and no one dared to bid. Although many people came with the determination to win, they met Long Ling halfway and they were completely helpless. Time passed by 1 second at a time, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute. The expression of the auctioneer on the stage changed from smiling at the beginning to being completely stunned at the end, looking at the people below the stage who were like puppets, in confusion. What the hell is this? The auctioneer was standing on the stage with cold sweat on his face. He had organized countless auctions and had experienced both large and small events. However, this kind of silent auction, which was like a pantomime, was the first time he had seen it. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. Recalling his previous introduction, he had also fully demonstrated the advantages of this oil field. Since these bigwigs were here, how could he not be tempted? Everyone, this lot is a top-quality oil field that is hard to come by in many years. We have top experts in the industry who have analyzed it. After all the exploration is completed, the actual discoverable capacity may be 20% to 30% more than our current forecast. I have personally hosted many auctions, but the items on sale this time are quite rare in my experience. I can responsibly promise that this is definitely an opportunity not to be missed. Now the choice is in your hands. I hope you won't miss this opportunity. There is no need to say more. Let's start bidding. Faced with the silent scene just now, the auctioneer felt uneasy in his heart, but after all, he had rich experience and did not let the silence continue. He said a few words again to warm up the atmosphere, thinking that there should be no problem this time. But even so, there was still no movement below. No one raised a sign to bid. Instead, everyone looked towards Long Ling. Long Ling is now sitting next to a few little guys, crossing his legs leisurely, still holding the teacup and tasting it carefully, looking unhurried. This person doesn't look like someone who was here to attend the auction at all. He just looks like an old man watching a play in the theater, which makes the children and bosses of the big families even more frightened. Such calmness is simply terrifying, as if the oil field is already in someone else's pocket and there is no need to fight for it. Looking at the auctioneer on the stage, he was almost crying, thinking, are these people crazy? You guys are here to participate in the auction, why are you all silent? I thought it should be a lively scene now, with everyone fighting for the oil field and getting hurt. But I never expected it to be like this. If conditions allowed, the auctioneer would want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Isn't this just a slap in his own face? I have been standing on this auction platform for decades and have presided over large-scale auctions in various places around the world, but I have never seen such a strange scene as this one. I even doubt whether I am dreaming. 101 billion. However, just when the auctioneer was about to despair, Long Ling put down the still slightly warm teacup in his hand and raised the sign beside him. Great! Now we have our first bidder, this lady is bidding 101 million. The moment the auctioneer saw Long Ling raise the sign, he was overjoyed and looked at Long Ling with tears of gratitude. If no one else bid, he would almost vomit blood. Besides being excited, the auctioneer also regained his spirits. According to his experience, once the bidding starts at this auction, it will not stop easily unless the price is raised to a certain height. So he raised the microphone in his hand, looked at everyone with shining eyes, and continued to ask if anyone else wanted to bid. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Is there anyone else? However, contrary to expectations, after Long Ling called out the price, the crowd returned to silence again, and the smile that had just appeared on the auctioneer's face froze once again. Are there any more bids? Our auction has just begun. You still have many opportunities. Don't miss them. Chapter 330. Let us do it now. The auctioneer still didn't give up and kept calling out for a long time, but the tycoons didn't dare to move and continued to remain silent. They had already given up on this auction in their hearts and knew that they would just continue to be spectators here. After a while, the auctioneer was really desperate and no longer wanted to urge everyone to bid. Instead, he simply ended it all and announced Long Ling's victory. Now let us congratulate the lady who made the previous bid for successfully bidding for the oil field at a price of 101 billion. After the announcement, the auctioneer on the stage finally breathed a sigh of relief. This auction had put too much pressure on him. In the end, he just wanted it to end quickly and didn't want to stay on the stage for even a second longer. At the same time, the people who were originally silent below looked towards Long Ling with expressions of congratulations, and thunderous applause suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Here, the wealthy man from Dubai was also helpless, although he was still a little unwilling in his heart. After all, if it were really auctioned, the price of his oil field would be much higher than it is now. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent was too powerful, and he was afraid in his heart. He had to walk forward with a smile on his face and congratulate with everyone. Congratulations, Mississippi. It is my honor to hand over my oil field to you. As he was speaking, the rest of the big family members and other bosses also came over and congratulated Long Ling on successfully taking over the oil field. Congratulations. This is a great oil field. Miss, you have great determination. Taking over this oil field is no problem at all. Congratulations. You are worthy of being Mr. Ye's disciple. We are convinced. Long Ling looked at the expressions of the crowd and knew clearly why everything came so easily. He nodded to everyone with gratitude. Miss, we still need you to go through the handover formalities together. It will take up some of your time. After everyone had congratulated him in turn, the wealthy man asked Long Ling to handle the handover. Good. After agreeing, Long Shi was left to look after the little guys, while Long Ling followed the rich man Dubai to the back, handled the handover procedures, and paid the auction money. Soon, after completing the handover, Long Ling packed up the materials, walked out with a smile, and waved to the little guys who were chasing and playing with the little black cat in the venue. It's done, we can go now. Okay, Sister Long Ling. The little guys nodded obediently, then carried the little black cat and walked behind Long Ling, and walked out of the auction venue together with Long Shi and the wealthy man Dubai who followed them. When they got outside, the rich man's car was parked at the entrance of the venue. The rich man's pet leopard was sitting in the back seat. When it saw the rich man coming out, it stretched out its paws and leaned against the window to greet its owner. But then the leopard also saw the little guys that followed them out, and its face immediately became ferocious, and it let out a roar full of wildness. Roar! Ah! There's a big leopard here. A few little guys just came out and were frightened by the leopard's roar. They stood still and their little faces turned pale instantly. At this moment, the little black cat in Yi Jing's arms suddenly had its hair standing on end. Its originally lazy eyes suddenly became fierce after it sensed the fear of the little guys. At this moment, it was flashing green light and looking at the leopard fiercely. Meow. After the little black cat growled at the leopard was suddenly stunned. The majestic look just now disappeared in an instant. With a look of fear in his eyes, he leaned back repeatedly and hid to the other side of the car, not even daring to raise his head. If there were people in the car at that time, they would be able to see the leopard's body hiding in the car shaking violently. No one could believe that the beast on the vast grassland would be so frightened. Don't be afraid. Uncle Ryuya is here. The moment the little guys were frightened, Long Shi's heart tightened. He immediately opened his hands to protect the little guys, looking at the rich man beside him with cold eyes. The rich man was also frightened at this time, and he wished he could make the leopard into a carpet. This was the daughter of that man, and he absolutely could not mess with her. Yes, I'm sorry, this beast of mine is really annoying. I'll lock it up when I get back. After expressing his apologies tremblingly, the rich man quickly changed the subject and looked at Long Ling with a smile on his face. Ms. Long Ling, it's a pleasure to work with you. If you have the chance in the future, you are welcome to come and play with us. I will treat you and take you to experience our local customs and culture. Good. Long Ling nodded lightly, but the rich man no longer dared to stay next to Longshire, whose gaze alone was enough to make him tremble in his heart. He got in the car and left quickly. Here, when the others saw that Long Ling had not left yet, they all came up and invited Long Ling and the others to have dinner together, thinking that they could build a relationship with him. Ms. Long, how about I treat you all to a meal? You've come all the way here, so we should show our hospitality. Yes, if possible, I will contact the hotel now. Faced with everyone's enthusiastic invitation, Long Ling had no interest and rejected everyone outright. Thank you, that's not necessary. After that, Long Ling and the others did not stay any longer. They got in the car and drove directly to the manor, taking the girls back with them. How's it going? Is everything going well? After coming back, Ye Xuan asked about today's auction with a smile. Before Long Ling could say anything, a few little guys became excited and spoke first to talk about their gains. Dad, the auction went smoothly. Sister Long Ling even taught us a phrase, which is to use the tiger's skin as a banner. It's so impressive. What's going on? Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes when he heard that and looked at Long Ling, whose cheeks were red. He. Master, I just wanted to borrow your face to make this auction go more smoothly, but I used too much force. You take the kids out and don't even know how to teach them good things. Ye Xuan was helpless when he heard this. He tapped Long Ling lightly, but he found it funny and did not blame him too much. Master, I will pay attention in the future and teach you the good ones. Chapter 331 Nod. Long Ling stuck out her tongue, rubbed her head which had been hit by Ye Xuan just now, and then asked about the oil field. By the way, Master, what should we do with this oil field? Now that we have captured them all, we can use them to supply China. Although it is not a lot, it is still very useful. Ye Xuan didn't think much about it and thought of China first. Long Ling also understood what Ye Xuan meant and nodded heavily. Okay, Master, I'll do it right away. After Long Ling left, the little guys continued to play with the little black cat, while Ye Xuan was browsing the latest news. Suddenly, he frowned and clicked on one of the weather news. Yellow cold wave warning. Recently, the area will encounter a large cold wave, and there will be a round of heavy snowfall, with a high probability of being accompanied by strong winds of level 5 or above. Local residents are requested to make defensive preparations and try to reduce unnecessary outings for safety. There's a cold wave coming. It really caught us off guard. Cold wave? When the children on the side heard Ye Xuan say this, their eyes widened in an instant, and they all gathered around Ye Xuan, looking at him excitedly and asked, Dad, will it snow again this time? We want to build a snowman. A super big snowman. It would be great if it snowed. The snow scene would be so beautiful, with white everywhere. Hey, you little guys. Ye Xuan sighed, and suddenly felt a little bit amused. This was a major cold wave after all, and these little guys were actually wondering if it would snow. Dad, will it snow? Just tell us. Ye Xia lay on Ye Xuan's knees with eager eyes, a gleam in her watery eyes. The other little guys were the same, they were very confused about whether it would snow or not. They don't care about the impact of the cold wave, they just hope it will snow so they can go out and play. As for other things, they don't care about them. They don't even know what a cold wave is. Okay, we need to go buy some clothes first, and then we can talk about whether it will snow or not. Go and call your mother and sister Long Ling. Faced with the continuous questions from the little guys, Ye Xuan was helpless, but the most important thing now was to prepare clothes, otherwise, let alone whether it would snow or not, even keeping warm would be a problem at that time. Good. When the little ones heard that they were going to buy clothes, they didn't ask any more questions and nodded obediently. Then they excitedly called Wang Xinyao and Long Ling and went to a nearby shopping mall together before the temperature dropped. Not many people have noticed the news of the coming cold wave yet, and not many people come here to buy thick clothes, but there are already quite a few cotton padded jackets and down jackets in the store. The little ones each picked out a few nice thick cotton padded jackets, and Ye Xuan also bought them snow boots, cotton socks, gloves, and scarves. These are necessary preparations if they want to go out and play in the snow. After buying clothes, everyone just walked out of the mall and felt a cold current blowing towards them. They didn't know whether it was due to psychological effects or a real drop in temperature. Ah! Why is it so cold? I didn't even feel it just now. The children grumbled that the weather was changing too quickly and wrapped their clothes tighter. Everyone didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately took the car back to the manor. After returning, Ye Xuan paid special attention to the thermometer at the door before entering. The temperature was indeed starting to drop, so he quickly began to do the follow-up warming work. Wang Xinyao and Long Ling quickly took the children in to put on more clothes. As the sky grew darker in the evening, people could already see a layer of misty frost outside the window. They reached out and touched it. The glass felt chilly, almost covered with ice. So this is a cold wave. The temperature dropped so quickly. Several little guys lay by the window and stretched out their little hands to feel the cold wind outside. It was almost like they were being electrocuted. As soon as they stretched their hands out, they retracted their hands. Only now did they realize how terrible this cold wave was. But at the same time, they are also waiting for the snow. Even if it is very cold outside, as long as there is a snow that covers the earth with silver, they will say they will go out and have fun. Although the temperature has dropped now, it is still warm inside the manor. The heating here is very comprehensive. As long as you stay inside, you can feel the warmth anywhere. Ye Xuan also specially put some firewood in the closet, which raised the temperature in the room a lot. However, because the room is very large, it does not make people feel very stuffy. It is just the right comfort. The cold wave outside has just begun, with only some cold wind and drizzle, but the temperature has indeed dropped a lot. Because the cupboard was on fire, Ye Xuan also specially found some sweet potatoes and prepared to roast some for everyone to eat. Dad, what are you doing? The children were playing in the room. When they saw Ye Xuan coming out with a lot of sweet potatoes, they came over curiously. I'll make you some roasted sweet potatoes. How about that? Do you want some? Think. When the little ones heard Ye Xuan talking about this, they thought of the fragrant, steaming roasted sweet potatoes, and their mouths almost watered. Then they followed Ye Xuan to the closet, waiting for the roasted sweet potatoes to come out of the oven. Okay, you little greedy cats, you can eat now. After estimating that the time was about right, Ye Xuan put on gloves and took out a few roasted sweet potatoes. After peeling them carefully, he handed them to the little ones who had been waiting for a long time. Thank you, Dad. The children took the baked sweet potatoes with smiles on their faces. Because they were still a little hot as they were fresh out of the oven, they only took a small bite. It smells so good. Even though they only tasted a little, the aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes still made the children linger. They held the sweet potatoes and nibbled on them like little hamsters nibbling melon seeds. Their cute and funny appearance made Ye Xuan laugh. Don't just focus on eating, go call Mom and Sister Long Ling over. Ye Xuan was peeling a few other roasted sweet potatoes, and he didn't let the little guys sit idle, so he asked them to call the others over. Aha! The children nodded, then trotted over to the other side and called over Wang Xinyao and Long Ling who were chatting. Afterwards, in this cold western land, the family sat next to the warm closet, eating delicious roasted sweet potatoes and chatting. The atmosphere was very warm. Chapter 332. It's snowing. Since that day, the temperature has been getting lower and lower, and the wind outside has been getting stronger and stronger. Everyone can only stay in the house and certainly cannot go out. However, even though this is the case, with the company of the little black cat and Long Ling, and Ye Xuan always around, the little guys didn't feel bored even though they were bored in the house, and they lived happily every day. 2 days later, one morning, Yi Jing was awakened by a rustling sound outside. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, walked to the window and opened the curtains, only to find that the world outside was already covered in snow. And the rustling sound was just a few little sparrows fluttering happily in the snow, leaving tiny footprints in the snow. It's snowing. The sudden whiteness made Yi Jing unable to open his eyes for a while. Only after he got used to it could he see the outside world clearly. In the manor, the snow has spread to every corner and looks thick, like a snow-white quilt. The mountains in the distance were also covered in silver at this time, and the trees were also covered with snowflakes. Only the green leaves could be vaguely seen between the gaps. Don't sleep anymore. It's snowing outside. We can go out and play. Yi Jing couldn't help but feel intoxicated by the snow scene outside, but she didn't bother to appreciate it alone. Instead, she quickly woke up her sisters. What? It's snowing. We can go build snowmen and have snowball fights. Sister Jingjing is not lying, right? When they heard Yi Jing say that it was snowing outside, the little ones who were sleeping soundly couldn't open their eyes immediately. They jumped off the bed and lay by the window to admire the snow. Wow! It's really snowing. It looks so beautiful outside. It looks like white marshmallows. It must be very soft and comfortable to lie on. Let's quickly tell Mom and Dad the good news so we can go out and play. After taking a few glances at the scenery outside, the children were all very happy. After all, they had been looking forward to this snow for several days, and now it was finally here. They were all thinking about going out and playing for a while. Mom and Dad, hurry up and get up, it's snowing outside. As they were talking, the little ones climbed back onto the bed mischievously. Some of them lay on Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao, and some leaned over to whisper in their ears. Got it. Dad will be up soon. Ye Xuan opened his eyes helplessly. Wang Xinyao was soon woken up by a few little ones. She glanced at the time and it was not even 8 o'clock. However, since the children were clamoring to go out and play, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao had no choice but to slowly get out of the warm bed, yawning as they were pulled outside by the little ones to wash up. Oh, by the way, Sister Long Ling hasn't gotten up yet. After waking up Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao, the little ones also remembered Long Ling, who was still sleeping soundly, and rushed into Long Ling's room, gently pulling her quilt. Sister Long Ling, don't sleep anymore, it's snowing outside. Sister Long Ling, hurry up and come out and play with us. Dad and Mom are awake, Sister Long Ling, please stop lying in bed. But even though several little guys tried to wake Long Ling up, Long Ling was still sleeping soundly. After turning over, he continued to sleep soundly. Yi Shi couldn't help but pout when she saw this. She looked at Long Ling and couldn't wake him up no matter what she did, and muttered something in a baby voice. Ah! Sister Long Ling is too lazy. The other girls were helpless and had to give up waking up Long Ling and prepare to go out and play with their parents. Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao also simply washed up, walked into the living room and looked out the window at the snow all over the ground. There was also light snow falling in the sky. Then they understood why these little guys were so excited. Mom and Dad, can we go out now? The children had already changed into thick clothes and even had hats, gloves, and scarves ready. They were standing together eagerly waiting for Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao. Okay, let's go out and play. Ye Xuan looked at the fully armed little guys and couldn't help feeling helpless. He had to go out with Bai Zishi and the little guys. The moment they opened the door, they felt a gust of cold wind blowing in their faces. Although the temperature had risen a little after the snow, the coldness still enveloped everyone generously under the force of the wind. Are you guys cold? Do you want to go in and put on some more clothes? Wang Xinyao felt the chill in the air and was worried about the little ones, so she stepped forward and asked. Mom, we're not cold, we're warm. The children shook their heads. They were so happy to be walking in the snow in their snow boots. They didn't feel cold at all. Okay. Then you guys have to be careful too, don't fall. Yeah, don't worry, Mom. A few little guys nodded, and then began to run around in the snow with bursts of laughter, as cheerful as the elves in the snow. Mom and Dad, let's build a snowman. After running for a while, the little guys stopped, exhaled a few breaths, and gently stroked the snow on the ground, thinking that they would build a good snowman this time. Okay. Ye Xuan smiled dotingly, pulled Wang Xinyao to the little ones, and stroked the children's slightly red faces. Then let's build a big snowman together and let him guard our house. It's better not to return it. Yeah. Daddy is the best. Several little guys immediately jumped into Ye Xuan's arms excitedly, and then pulled the two of them together to build the bottom of the snowman. Although the snow on the ground was very cold, fortunately the gloves Ye Xuan bought for the little ones were very good. They were warm when worn and did not keep their hands from getting cold. This is a rare snowfall, and the little ones have been looking forward to it for a long time, so now they are all very careful and quickly pile up a pile of white snow as the body of the snowman. Hey, now we just need to put on the head and our snowman is done. Yi Jing excitedly patted the snowflakes and ice on her gloves, and looked at the pile of snow in front of her with satisfaction. It was fat at the bottom and thinner at the top, forming a not-so-standard triangle. Well, my babies are awesome. They finished the body of the snowman so quickly. Ye Xuan watched from the side, smiled and encouraged the little ones, and gently brushed the snow off the children's hats. Chapter 333 Surprise. Dad, but the head we made is too ugly, can you help us make it better? At this moment, the little guys couldn't help but think of the snowmen they had made before. The bodies were all good, but the heads were very ugly, so they looked at Ye Xuan eagerly. It's okay, Dad will teach you how to do it, I believe you can do it. Okay. Seeing that Ye Xuan agreed to teach them how to make a snowman's head, the children jumped for joy. Wang Xinyao was also watching with a smile, feeling very sweet in her heart. This was the first snow she and Ye Xuan experienced together, and also the first snow for Ye Xuan and the children. In the future, they will experience countless snowfalls together, and there will be many beautiful things waiting ahead. Look at what Dad is doing. It's actually very simple to make a snowman's head. We can first pinch out a small snowball with our hands, and then let it roll a few more times in the snow, and it will become a white and round little head. While Ye Xuan was teaching the little ones, he squatted on the ground to demonstrate. The little ones gathered around Ye Xuan and watched carefully. They saw that the small snowball began to grow bigger and bigger as Ye Xuan rolled it gently. They also found it very magical. That's amazing, it turns out this is possible. Ye Xia opened his mouth wide, as excited as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and started rolling a snowball at the same time. I want to try it too. Wait for me. Let's see who can make the biggest one. But as Ye Xia started to experiment on his own, the other little guys suddenly became excited. They all wanted to try it, and even clamored to see who could make the biggest and roundest one. Hey, you little guys, don't forget your business. Looking at the little guys rolling snowballs in a funny way on the snow in front of him, Ye Xuan suddenly felt a little amused, and Wang Xinyao was laughing out loud. These girls are so cute. While rolling snowballs, they kept looking at each other. When they saw that their snowballs were not as big as the others, they quickly speeded up. Ouch! Just as the snowballs of these little guys were rolling bigger and bigger, and they forgot that they were just making a head for the snowman, Ye Xuan suddenly lost his balance and slipped into the soft snow pile next to him. Pa! Snow tastes so bad. After Ye Xuan slowly got up, she didn't feel any pain. She licked the snow at the corner of her mouth, but her brows furrowed. She didn't think it tasted good. Xiaoxi, you are so cute. Seeing Ye Xuan like this, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao both found it very funny, and the other little girls also laughed. Ye Xuan's face turned red when she heard everyone's laughter, and then she continued to roll the snowball stubbornly. Finally, after getting tired of rolling snowballs, the little guys remembered that they had not made the snowman well, so they imitated the previous method to make the snowman's head, and then they found a way to make the snowman's facial features, and then they admired their own works with satisfaction. Hey, our snowman is finally done. Ah! She's so cute. I really hope she never melts. This is the best snowman I've ever made. The children were very satisfied with the snowman this time and leaned affectionately against Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao. Ye Xuan then went into the house to find a camera and a tripod, and said to everyone with a smile, "Come, let's take a picture with the snowman." Good. When the children saw Ye Xuan take out the camera, they excitedly came to the snowman and started posing. After Ye Xuan set up the time-lapse photography on the camera, he returned to the children and stood with them with a smile. After a few seconds, a crisp shutter sound came from the camera. After taking the photos, the children seemed to have endless energy and pulled Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao to have a snowball fight. Several little ones spontaneously formed a team, looked at their parents in front of them with smiles, and made snowballs with their gloved hands. You little guys, aren't you bullying me and Dad? Wang Xinyao knew what these little guys were thinking by looking at their expressions and smiled helplessly. Mom, Dad is so powerful, there's no way we can beat him. Ye Xiao pouted, smiled foolishly at Wang Xinyao, and playfully threw the first snowball at her. Mom, watch out. You little guys are so mean. In an instant, 5 snowballs flew in front of Wang Xinyao, so she had to hide behind Ye Xuan. Okay, let's play it this way. After Ye Xuan dodged it easily, he picked up a snowball with a smile and threw it gently at the children. Haha, Dad missed. Let's fight back. Be careful, Mom is throwing it too. Perhaps because he didn't use enough strength, Ye Xuan's snowball missed the target. The little guys laughed happily and continued to throw snowballs at Ye Xuan. Thus, a big battle began. Just like that, in the snow, a few little guys were running briskly, splashing up bursts of snow mist. The snowballs were flying in the air. Wang Xinyao and Ye Xuan used very little force and did not squeeze the snowballs tightly. Even though they hit a few little guys, they did not feel any pain. Instead, they became more and more excited. After playing for a while, the little ones were all tired. Ye Xuan didn't let them continue playing, but called them to clean up the snow in the yard together. And after the snowball fight just now, the place has become even more messy. If it is not cleaned up, it will still be a bit messy. After cleaning up all these, the little guys gradually felt the cold, their hands were cold, and then they quickly went into the house. After Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao came in, they started to busy themselves in the kitchen. After all, no one had eaten anything this early in the morning, and the little ones had been playing for so long, they must be hungry now. The children searched the house for Long Ling, but found that the door of Long Ling's room was still not opened. Sister Long Ling hasn't woken up yet, has she? We were so loud outside just now, but Sister Long Ling didn't wake up. She really can sleep well. Should we go call Sister Long Ling again? Yes, our hands are still cold now, this is a good opportunity. When the children saw the scene, they all lamented Sister Long Ling's sleep. At this time, feeling their hands were cold and had not yet warmed up, they suddenly had a good idea. Hey, let's go in quickly. After making up their minds, the children quietly walked into Long Ling's room. As expected, Long Ling was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and had no idea of the surprise that was about to come. Chapter 334 It's so cold. The little girls didn't hesitate and put their cold hands on Long Ling's face. It's so cold. It lasted less than 2 seconds before Long Ling suddenly screamed and woke up from her sleep. Good morning, Sister Long Ling. So it's you little rascals. Looking at the little girls beside him with smirks on their faces, Long Ling was suddenly speechless and glared at them angrily. Sister Long Ling, please wake up and go see the big snowman we built. After waking up Long Ling, the children pulled her out. Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao had just prepared breakfast. Do you still want to go out? Let's eat first. Good. Seeing the hot breakfast being served, the children were all hungry, so they pulled Long Ling to sit down and eat together. If you like, Dad can take you to the ski resort for fun. Ah. Really? Dad, I want to go. I want to go. That's great. I love you, Dad. When they heard that they were going to the ski resort, the children immediately became excited and looked at Ye Xuan excitedly, their eyes full of anticipation. Ye Xuan was also helpless and had to nod, thinking that these little guys really like snow. At this time, the little guy was rubbing his hands to prepare for eating, not because of breakfast, but because his hands were still cold. Ye Xuan, who was standing next to him, also noticed the scene. He suddenly realized that these little ones had just been playing outside for so long, so he quickly stepped forward and shook their hands. Why don't you warm your hands after you come back? They're so cold. Come with me to the fire first. Ye Xuan frowned, feeling that the children's hands were like ice cubes, and quickly called them all to the closet where the firewood was burning. Okay, Dad. The children pouted and followed Ye Xuan obediently to the closet that was burning hot. They stretched out their little hands and warmed them well. Now they were finally much warmer. Okay, let's go back and eat. After a while, Ye Xuan touched the children's hands again. This time the palms and backs of their hands were warm, and then he called them back to eat. The breakfast was simple, but Ye Xuan specially made a pot of hot soup for everyone. After all, they had just played outside for so long, and it would be good to drink a bowl of hot soup to warm up the body. After eating, everyone drank another bowl of hot soup. The children gradually felt hotter and felt stuffy staying in the house, so they pulled Long Ling out again. Sister Long Ling, do you think our snowman is pretty? After going out, the children immediately pulled Long Ling to the side of the snowman they had just built and showed off the fruits of their labor. Well, it's not bad, it looks good, but it's a little ugly. Long Ling was also wearing a thick down jacket and a furry knitted hat. She was stroking her chin and looking at the children's snowman with a smile on her face. Ah. What? Why is it both pretty and ugly? Several little guys pouted immediately, looked at Long Ling aggrievedly, and began to bend down to pick up the snowballs, still mumbling. Sister Long Ling is bullying. We want to have a snowball fight with Sister Long Ling. 5 of us versus 1 of them. Sister Long Ling, your level of appreciation is really too low. Forehead. The corner of Long Ling's mouth twitched. Looking at the little guys getting ready to go, he knew that he couldn't escape. After quickly stepping back and forth a few steps, Long Ling quickly made a few snowballs and said to the little guys. Ahem. You little guys, it's not fair to win with 5 against 1. Hee hee, Sister Long Ling is so powerful, and we are so young. We can't win unless we are 5 against 1. That's right. Who told Sister Long Ling to say our snowman is ugly? We spent so much effort to build this one. Sister Long Ling, let's count down to 3 and start. 3, 2, 1. The children standing on the snow looked very small, and they looked very funny holding snowballs. Seeing this, Long Ling had no choice but to agree to the little guys. After Yi Jing finished counting down, he threw a snowball and hit the little guys. Seeing this, the little guys refused to give in and started throwing snowballs at Long Ling. They looked very motivated and confident of winning, but they didn't notice that Long Ling had a faint smirk on his face. After a while, Long Ling patted the snow off his hands, put his hands on his waist with satisfaction, and laughed at the little guys in front of him who were buried in the snow by him. At this time, every one of the little guys was pushed into the thick snow by Long Ling. Their postures were still strange, but they were all trying hard to get out. But their strength was limited after all, and although the snow here was soft, it piled thickly on them, making their faces blush, but it was of no avail. They never imagined that Long Ling, who was just woken up by their prank, was not only an expert in snowball fights, but also made them look like this. Now they could only look at Long Ling with puffy mouths. Ah, that's right, smile. You'll look much better this way. Several little guys were buried in the snow. Looking at Long Ling laughing so hard, they were speechless. After all, it's really a bit inappropriate that 5 people fighting against one ended up like this. Long Ling squatted on the snow, first took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the little guys, and then slowly turned the camera to take a selfie with himself and the little guys. In the camera, Long Ling's smile was so bright, but it was different for the little ones. They looked so depressed. Sister Long Ling, please let us out. This is not fun at all. Humph. Sister Long Ling is bullying me, Dad, come and see. Sister Long Ling, we don't accept it. Let us out and we can do it again. The little guys felt even more aggrieved when they saw that Long Ling actually had the leisure to take pictures. They all pouted and started howling, glaring at Long Ling angrily. You can yell all you want, but it's no use yelling until your throat is hoarse. Long Ling blinked at the little girls and just looked at them with a smile. She didn't pull them up, but continued to tease them with great interest. How about it? Will you little rascals dare to disturb your sister's sleep again in the future? Sister Long Ling, we don't dare anymore. When the children saw that Long Ling would not let them out, although they were still unwilling to accept it, they finally gave in, thinking that at least they could come out first. Chapter 335 Balance. After a while, Long Ling couldn't stand the crying of the little guys anymore, so he went forward and pulled them out one by one like pulling out carrots. The children were wearing thick clothes, and the snow was soft, so they didn't feel cold. However, they were still angry. They trotted back to the house, and crawled into Ye Xuan's arms to complain with a wronged look on their faces. Dad, Sister Long Ling just bullied us and buried us in the snow. You have to help us teach Sister Long a lesson. She is really too much. We can't beat her even if we play snowball fights together. Sister Long Ling is a bully. She uses her power to bully the weak. Not only did she trap us in here, she even took pictures. Ye Xuan was stunned by the little one's sudden action, but after hearing clearly what they said, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha, I can't control this. Who told you 5 together can't beat Long Ling alone? Ah. Dad, are you bullying us too? Seeing that Ye Xuan ignored them, the little ones felt so aggrieved that they could only give up in disappointment. Then they started to ask Ye Xuan to take them to the ski resort. Dad, you just said you would take us to the ski resort. When are we going? Can we go now? If we don't go now, the snow will melt and we won't be able to play. Hey, Dad, we don't have anything to do today, why don't we go out and play together as a family? At this moment, these little guys were either pulling Ye Xuan's arms or pulling Ye Xuan's clothes, and began to act coquettishly towards Ye Xuan, with their watery eyes full of anticipation, which made Ye Xuan helpless. Okay. Dad will take you there. After reluctantly agreeing, the little one's eyes lit up and they ran around the house happily. Great. We can go out and play. Let's go and call Mom and Sister Long. Hey, there must be snow everywhere at the ski resort. It must be fun. After getting Ye Xuan's permission, the few little guys who had been complaining to Ye Xuan angrily about Long Ling just now still went to find Long Ling. Ye Xuan was watching this scene from the side, feeling both angry and amused. When it came to having fun, they could really put everything aside. They set off as soon as they said they would. After preparing for a while, they headed straight for the ski resort. The children opened their eyes wide, leaned against the window to look at the scenery outside, humming songs softly, and looked very happy. At the moment, they were in such a good mood that they had completely forgotten the depression of being buried in the snow by Long Ling just now, as if it had never happened. They just wanted to stop the car and reach the ski resort the next second to have a good time. The vehicle was driving slowly on the icy and snowy road, and soon arrived at the entrance of a nearby ski resort. The children happily got out of the car and looked at the many people in ski suits and carrying backpacks loaded with skis coming in and out. Their little faces were red with excitement and they looked so cute in the sunshine. This ski resort is the closest to the manor and is quite famous in the area. Not only do many ski enthusiasts and local residents and tourists come here to play, but there are also some professional ski athletes who come here to train. The ski resort is very large. It looks like a vast expanse of white at first glance. The sky above is beautiful blue, and the sun shines generously on everyone, making them feel warm. On the wide branch trails inside, many people are enjoying the passion brought by skiing. On one of the branches with a higher slope, many agile professionals are showing off their superb skills in a chic manner, attracting countless onlookers and screams. Although this ski resort is open all year round, the snow brought by this cold wave not only attracted these little guys, but also attracted many people from the surrounding area. Ye Xuan and others were still at the door at this time, and they could see that the ski resort was already crowded with people, and there were still many people entering around them. The children were jumping and skipping in the snow, splashing around happily in the fluffy snow, as if they couldn't wait to bury themselves again. After entering, because no one had ski equipment, after Ye Xuan paid the ticket fees for everyone, they first went to a ski equipment shop in front. Looking at the snow equipment hanging on the wall and placed on the shelves, there are protective gear and helmets, skis and ski boots, as well as heavy ski suits. It looks so dazzling that it makes people dazzled for a moment. The children walked around the store curiously, wanting to touch and feel everything they saw, and couldn't wait to put them on and fly in the snow. After looking around for a while, everyone bought a set of equipment, choosing things that were more professional and better made. After all, skiing is fun, but it also has certain dangers, so you can't be careless about the equipment. After choosing their things, everyone put on their equipment and took the cable car to a relatively flat snow area above. Xinyao, can you ski? Ye Xuan looked at the many novices around him who were sliding carefully, and asked Wang Xinyao with a smile. Hubby, I don't know how to do it. I wanted to learn it before, but I never had the chance. Wang Xinyao shook her head. She felt a little awkward and didn't know what to do. It's okay, I'll teach you. Ye Xuan smiled dotingly, then took the initiative to support Wang Xinyao and began to teach her carefully. Xinyao, remember, you must keep your body balanced when skiing, and try to relax as much as possible, just like riding a bicycle. If you keep your body tense like this, it will be difficult to find the balance point. It's good to have the skis naturally separated and shoulder-width apart. When we wear ski boots and skis, the center should be between the arches of both feet. This way, the force under the feet can be evenly distributed, and we can better maintain balance. Pay attention to adjusting. Your back should be as straight as possible so that you can control the center of your feet. Just relax your arms naturally, with a slight bend. Ye Xuan made a standard preparatory movement, and then helped Wang Xinyao adjust her state. Soon, Wang Xinyao mastered a standard standing posture when skiing. That's right. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Xinyao, you have achieved this step so easily. You will definitely be able to do better in the future. Chapter 336 Adventure. Aha! Wang Xinyao's face was slightly red. Ye Xuan was very close to her at this time. They could feel each other's breathing and even heartbeats. I'll continue to support you, Xinyao. Start to walk around slowly. Try to quickly adapt to the feeling of wearing ski boots and snowboards, and find a balance point that makes you comfortable. Then, Ye Xuan continued to support Wang Xinyao and walk slowly on the snow. During this time, Ye Xuan also asked Wang Xinyao to try simple movements such as squatting, and planned to try to do it by herself after Wang Xinyao was able to stay stable with his help. As long as you can do these, you will be halfway successful. This is also a hurdle that many beginners have to overcome. It is not because they cannot do it, but because they cannot overcome their psychological fear. Soon, Wang Xinyao went from walking step by step at the beginning to becoming much bolder later on. She even let Ye Xuan pull her and slide for a distance on the snow. Her face was filled with smiles, and she found skiing very interesting. How is it? Isn't it fun? Ye Xuan smiled gently and pinched Wang Xinyao's face lightly. I didn't expect you to be so brave. How about I let go now and let you try? Not yet. Wang Xinyao was having a lot of fun, but when she suddenly heard Ye Xuan wanted to let go, she became a little anxious. She immediately exerted force and rushed directly into Ye Xuan's arms. Hubby, please let me try again. I don't dare now. Leaning on Ye Xuan's chest, Wang Xinyo was as soft as a clingy kitten, and she would not let Ye Xuan let go no matter what. Okay, husband promises you. Ye Xuan nodded, lovingly tidied up Wang Xinyao's messy hair, and then continued to teach Wang Xinyao. But this happened in a crowded ski resort after all. Many people around saw this scene and shook their heads helplessly. Who would have thought that just wanting to go skiing and relax, I could actually eat some fresh dog food? TSK, TSK, TSK. This couple really looks like a perfect match. They are so well matched, it's simply a match made in heaven. Alas, look at them and then look at us, there is really no comparison. I'll eat this dog food first, you guys can do whatever you want. Many people around also smiled and talked about it. Although they were fed a mouthful of dog food, their eyes were filled with sincere blessings for the two. Some couples also noticed Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao. Seeing this scene, the girls felt itchy in their hearts. They looked at their boyfriends lovingly, pouting and pointing at the two of them and said, "Look at how they treat their girlfriends. Can't you learn from them? Honey, why didn't you do this when you taught me to ski? Did you do it on purpose to watch me fall? I want to do the same. Hold me up, I want to learn it all over again." Seeing their girlfriends like this, the young men were helpless and had to teach them step by imitating them. Many of them knew how to do it themselves, so the scene was inevitably a bit funny. A few little guys fiddled with it on their own for a while, but it seemed like they just couldn't learn it as smoothly as the others. One of them even fell a few times accidentally, so they had to carefully go back to Ye Xuan. "Dad, we want to learn too. Dad, don't just teach Mom, teach us too. We want to be like them too." A few little guys started clamoring for Ye Xuan to teach them, and Ye Xi finally jumped into Ye Xuan's arms and hugged him tightly. "I don't want to learn, but I want my dad to take me to play." The remaining few little guys couldn't help but feel surprised when they saw Ye Xi's actions. They thought to themselves that there was such a thing, and they quickly followed suit. "Okay, Dad promises you." Ye Xuan was helpless when he saw this, so he picked up Ye Xi, pushed hard with his feet, and set off. On the other side, many other tourists also saw Ye Xuan holding Ye Xi and starting to slide down the snow slope. They all frowned anxiously, and many of the timid ones screamed and covered their eyes, not daring to watch anymore. How can this be possible? This is too dangerous. Yeah. And it's totally irresponsible to play with children like this. What if they get hurt? Oh my God. How can this father be so brave to let his child play like this? In an instant, the crowd around was in an uproar. Ye Xuan did not use his hands to maintain balance, but hugged Ye Xi's back tightly and rushed down the slope without slowing down at all. The more people watched, the more frightened they became, and their faces all looked unhappy. They thought to themselves that they had seen people playing with children, but they had never seen anyone do this with children. He didn't use the poles to keep balance, but just did it like this. Even many experienced skiers among them didn't dare to do this. And Ye Xuan was bringing a child with him. I don't know how to describe the level of danger. Although all this happened in a flash, it made many people feel nervous. Although they were wearing protective gear, if one was not steady and fell, the impact of the slope and speed would be considerable. Even an adult couldn't withstand such an impact, let alone a child? How irresponsible. How can he be a father? Let's not talk about this for now. What should we do now? Are we going to watch that child get hurt? Alas, there is nothing we can do at this speed. If we try to stop them recklessly, what if something else happens? In this situation, no one watching from the sidelines is not panicking, but there is nothing they can do. They can only continue to watch in fear, hoping for a miracle to happen. Time passed minute by minute, and people only saw Ye Xuan's speed getting faster and faster, but the center of gravity of his body remained unbiased, maintaining a perfect position, and he continued to rush down the slope steadily. Ha ha ha! This is so exciting! However, Ye Xi, who was held in Ye Xuan's arms, was not afraid at all. She just started shouting excitedly in Ye Xuan's arms after feeling the speed getting faster and faster. Everyone was also shocked when they saw this scene. Although it was good that nothing happened, Ye Xuan was really too strong. Ask yourself, who among them dares to do this? Not to mention whether they have the technology, even if they do, they would not dare to take the risk with their children. Chapter 337 Big Boss. But at this moment, Ye Xuan exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only was he carrying the child, he was also speeding steadily on the snow without being affected at all. There are only two possibilities. One is that Ye Xuan is really too brave, or his skills have reached a level that people cannot imagine. Of course, after seeing such a scene, everyone's answer is more inclined towards the second one. Is this still a human? It's incredible that he can maintain such balance and stability at such a speed. No way, this is possible. Who is this person? Look, what is this guy trying to do? Just when people were marveling at Ye Xuan's superb skills, what happened in the next second undoubtedly made their breathing freeze. Now Ye Xuan has brought Ye Xi to the lower half of the slope, and the speed is so fast that it is unimaginable. However, just as a protruding platform came into view in front of him, Ye Xuan pursed his lips and asked Ye Xi in his arms, "Xiao Xi, do you want to have more fun? Hey, think about it." Ye Xi smiled and agreed immediately. She trusted her father very much and did not feel any danger at all in Ye Xuan's arms. "Okay, hold on tight." Ye Xuan nodded, then his center of gravity sank again, and he rushed directly onto the platform in front of him, rolled several times in the air, and then landed steadily. Ha ha ha. This is so fun. Daddy is so awesome. Ye Xi in his arms clapped excitedly, and the sound of laughter seemed to echo throughout the entire ski resort. The people watching from above were completely dumbfounded. The moment Ye Xuan flew into the air, they all felt their hearts and breathing stopped. Although the air around them was cold, everyone was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. After a while, Ye Xuan steadily brought Ye Xi to the ground below, then took the cable car up and returned to everyone. "We're back." Ye Xi skipped towards the other little guys, her face still filled with a happy smile. The experience just now was so exciting that she could never forget it. The other few little guys also saw all of this and now their eyes were wide open. They all surrounded Ye Xuan, vying to experience the happiness that Ye Xi had just felt. Ye Xuan also laughed, and then took Ye Jing and rushed down the slope. This time the speed was faster, but still as stable as a flat surface, not giving the snow slope any face at all. Afterwards, several little guys took turns to feel the thrill of speeding on the snow. After they all finished experiencing it, Ye Xuan was just about to take a break, but they surrounded him again, looking at him eagerly. "Dad, we want to come again. Just take us to play once, this is really fun. Daddy, I kissed you, can you let me do it again?" Ye Xuan looked at the little ones who seemed to be still unsatisfied and was helpless. He had to agree to let them play, and took them out to play again and again. By the end, Ye Xuan didn't know how many times he had repeated this and that. He was completely helpless. He looked at the little guys jumping around beside him and said unhappily, "Hey, are you treating your dearest father as a car?" He. The children just smiled foolishly, and before they had rested for a few minutes, they started to pester Ye Xuan again, pointing at the snow slope below and yelling in their baby voices. Ye Xuan smiled bitterly for a while. Although it was very tiring to travel back and forth like this, thinking about making the children happy, he had to agree. But this time, Longshore also called Tang Hao and the others over, and they all changed into professional ski suits and equipment, and began to take on this task, playing with the children in various ways. Sometimes they rushed down the slope, and sometimes they performed many difficult moves on the platform, making the children completely fall into such joy. While this made the little ones happy, it stunned many of the people around them. They had gone from being frightened and having their mouths twitching at the beginning to being numb all over and having dull expressions now. Are these guys professionals? How come each one is more fierce than the other? It's so scary. I've been skiing for so many years, and I've never seen anything like this before. Is this still a human being? Alas, we were just superficial at the beginning. We didn't expect that they were all top bosses. While everyone was amazed, some children who came to play with their parents also saw this scene. In addition to being surprised, they also became eager to do something. They all found their parents, pointed at Ye Xuan, their eyes full of envy. "Dad, can you play with me like this? Mom, you've told me so many times that you were a professional when you were young, so can you take me with you to try it?" Ah! They're having so much fun playing it. I want to try it too. All the cute kids at the scene were begging their parents at this moment, but they didn't notice how embarrassed their parents' faces were. After all, if they want to do it like others, let alone whether they have the strength or not, they don't even have the courage. Soon, the news spread throughout the ski resort, with people saying that there were several people with great skiing skills on the snow slope next to the cable car. Let me tell you, I just came over there, and those people are amazing. Even with children, they can still stay fast and stable and perform those difficult moves. You didn't see it. It was absolutely amazing. I don't know how these people did it. They are simply devils. I think these guys are more than just professional athletes. They have taken skiing to the extreme. Gradually, the news spread more and more outrageous, and people said all kinds of things. Some said that they had superb skills and could perform difficult movements even with children. Some said that their movements were impossible to copy and the difficulty was beyond the sky. At this moment, on the other side of the ski resort, there was a small team away from the hustle and bustle, preparing to organize training. The team is full of experts in the field of skiing, some of them are even well known in this circle and have many fans. At this moment, they have just gathered and are discussing today's training content. Chapter 338, Just a Smile. By the way, are we still practicing stunts today? I want to practice that tumble again. Oh, it doesn't matter, but today I have to practice those moves again. The captain also said last time that although we can complete the movements completely, the viewing experience still needs to be improved. As they spoke, several people looked at their captain with admiration in their eyes. Although he was wearing a ski suit and goggles, so his features couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from his figure and movements, he was an expert in skiing. Even with his heavy clothes, one could still see his strength and explosive power. The team members also know their captain very well. Their captain is not just a great skiing skill, but also a scion of a big family. Although he is not old enough to inherit the family business now, his future prospects are immeasurable. So even though the age difference among them is not much, they are really impressed by the captain's appeal, execution, and leadership. Therefore, it's not just about the captain's identity, but also the way he gets along with others in daily life that makes the team members admire him from the bottom of their hearts, so they listen to him in everything. Captain, just tell us what we are going to train today and we will just listen to you. Several team members looked at the captain and asked for his opinion, deciding in their hearts that they would listen to the captain in everything. Well, what Mark said just now is right. We need to practice those moves from last time. How about we continue the last training today? We should take it step by step and strive for perfection. How about that? Okay, we have no objection. After seeking advice from the captain, several team members nodded with a smile and got ready to start training. At this moment, the last member of the team also came over from the other side, and all members were in place. Ulyss, didn't you arrive at the ski resort a long time ago? How come you're later than us? When the other team members saw this player coming, they were still shocked and confused. They asked him where he had been. Hey, I just stayed at the cable car for a little longer and found a group of amazing people. Later, the team member took a deep breath, and his expression seemed to be still surprised by what he had just seen and heard. Up there. What's going on there? Everyone, including the captain, looked pale. It was not that they did not know this player, but they seldom saw such an expression on his face. They were somewhat surprised and curious about what had just happened. Haven't you heard the rumors? The whole ski resort is in an uproar. Everyone is saying that there are a few skilled skiers over there who are holding their children without any protective measures and just rushing down the slope. When everyone heard what this team member said, their hearts tightened. Unexpectedly, what this team member said next overturned their three views even more. And the most amazing thing is that these people's speed and the difficult movements they can perform are perfect. I can't imagine how they can do this while holding a child. Ah. So awesome? After hearing this, everyone was surprised and curious. Even the captain came over with interest and spoke to everyone. Why don't we slow down our training today? It's not easy to meet such a powerful person. Why don't we go get to know him? Okay. That's what we mean too. After hearing what the captain said, the team members were very excited. Then they all put down the training in front of them and walked towards where Ye Xuan and others were. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the slope, the team saw Ye Xuan holding Ye Xuan in his arms and sliding down quickly. Even though he was holding a child, his movements were still graceful and agile. While sliding down the slope, he was still performing one difficult move after another. When the captain saw this scene, his eyes became stern. He stared deeply at Ye Xuan's back, thinking in his heart that this was indeed a master. Because the distance was still a little far, Ye Xuan took Ye Xuan and got on the cable car going upwards. The team members did not hesitate and quickly followed and finally met Ye Xuan and others up there. Hello, excuse me for excusing you. I am the captain of our ski team. I just had the honor of witnessing your superb skills and would like to make our acquaintance. Ye Xuan looked at the man who walked in front of him and nodded politely. The two of them got to know each other and started chatting. To be honest, we heard rumors about you from a distance a while ago. Now we come here to see that it is true. We are really impressed. May I ask which ski team you are from? Maybe I know your captain too. After praising Ye Xuan and others, the captain also asked which ski team Ye Xuan and others were members of. Based on the images he had just seen, he had already preconceived that Ye Xuan and others were professional ski athletes. Sorry, we didn't join any team. We just brought the kids here to play today. Ye Xuan smiled and waved his hand, but this made the captain even more excited, and his eyes were instantly filled with burning flames. Ah! You're not from a professional team, are you just skiing enthusiasts? That's really rare. How about this? It's a rare opportunity for us to meet, why don't you join us? We are a professional competition team. Although we have just started, there are many experts in this field in the team. Let's not talk about whether we can participate in the competition together, but we can also communicate and improve together, how about that? After learning that Ye Xuan and the others were just enthusiasts, the captain extended an olive branch without hesitation. After all, they had seen with their own eyes what skills Ye Xuan and the others had just displayed. Regardless of how powerful they were, at least they were at a level that made them feel ashamed of themselves. Forget about this, we just play it once in a while. Ye Xuan shook his head and immediately rejected the captain's kindness. Is that so? That's fine. We can get to know each other and hang out together when we have time. Seeing Ye Xuan's refusal, the captain and the team members behind him felt a little regretful, but they couldn't force him to come in, so they could only smile. How about this? We're glad to have met each other today, let's have a meal together here later. Chapter 339 Getting Angry. Although Ye Xuan and others refused, the captain still felt that Ye Xuan and others were rare people, so he warmly invited them to stay and have dinner together. The other team members also looked at Ye Xuan with longing. This is not very convenient. Thank you for your kindness. Let's forget about the meal. Ye Xuan still shook his head, but the captain waved his hand, patted his chest and said, Don't worry, this is my family's business, we don't have to pay for meals, and it's hard for us to get to know masters like you. It's okay, we're just having a quick meal, it's not a big deal, so don't refuse. Oh well. Seeing that the other party's kindness was hard to refuse, Ye Xuan agreed with a smile. That's really great. When the captain saw that Ye Xuan finally agreed, he also smiled. It was still too early to eat, so everyone was in no rush and just continued to play here for a while. The captain and several team members were also eager to try, and since they had arrived here, they slid down together, doing rolls and other moves on the platform. Their skills were quite impressive. But compared to Ye Xuan and the others, although they completed the movements in the air, they looked somewhat stiff, as if they were restrained by an invisible force. Although this is powerful enough in the eyes of ordinary people, it is a fatal weakness in major competitions. Whether it is a speed race or a stunt challenge, it will have some impact. Regarding this issue, the captain shamelessly found Ye Xuan, hoping that Ye Xuan could give them some advice. After all, opportunities like this are actually rare, so other team members also raised some trivial questions of their own. In fact, your skills are all very good, and the degree of completion of the movements is also very high. It's just that you mentioned the issue of viewing quality. I think it should be summarized in the continuity of the movements and the flexibility of the body. I just watched your movements, and I think there are still many areas that can be improved. When you do the movements, you can make the amplitude smaller to ensure continuity, and try to relax your body. This way, you can maximize your body's flexibility and improve the overall viewing experience of the movements. Well, let me show you how to do it, and then you should understand what I mean. Ye Xuan thought for a while, sorted out the questions of these team members, gave a few instructions, and then prepared to demonstrate it himself so that they could see it more intuitively. Thank you so much. The captain nodded gratefully, then stood aside and watched Ye Xuan's actions with his teammates. As Ye Xuan sped up and rushed downwards, he leaped directly and copied the stunts that the captain and his teammates had just performed. The only difference is that Ye Xuan's body flexibility and the degree of completion of his movements are more than one level higher than the captain and others. He can simply be described as flawless and pleasing to the eye. It is said that laymen watch the excitement while experts watch the doorway. The captain and others were all mouths wide open at this time, and they admired Ye Xuan even more. Afterwards, Ye Xuan answered the team members' various questions in detail, which convinced everyone and made them suddenly realize. When they did the previous movements again, they also clearly felt their own progress. After that, Ye Xuan continued to play with the little ones. After learning that they were all Ye Xuan's daughters, the captain and team members all loved these little ones and played with them for a while. Following these unfamiliar team members, the little ones learned a lot and had more fun. They were very friendly with these team members and soon became friends. After playing for a while, the little guys had a great time. After they stopped, they felt a little hungry, so they ran towards Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao. Dad, we are hungry. When can we eat? Before Ye Xuan could say anything, the captain ran over after hearing it, bent down, looked at the children kindly, and said with a smile, "Then you can call your parents and your brother to take you out to eat something delicious, okay?" "Hey, okay, thank you, brother." When the little ones heard that it was delicious, they smacked their lips excitedly. After everyone cleaned up, they walked towards the restaurant nearby. When the lobby manager saw the captain and his team members coming in, accompanied by Ye Xuan and his group, he immediately greeted them warmly and arranged a large private room for them. After a while, the captain and team members came busying around bringing the dishes. The little ones couldn't help drooling at the delicious food on the table. They were all tired today and now they were very hungry. "Come on, everyone, have a meal. Don't be polite. Eat and drink well." The captain waved his hand enthusiastically, and Ye Xuan and the others smiled, and then they chatted and ate. At this time, outside, the patriarch of the captain's family happened to come to the ski resort and inspect the ski resort and the family business extending inside it. Looking at the thriving and bustling scene in the ski resort, the clan leader walking in front of the crowd also revealed a gratified smile. "That's great. It's not easy for us to keep this business." Thinking of the recent changes, the clan leader is still scared, but seeing that the ski resort is still in good condition, he is a little comforted. While feeling emotional, he continues to lead everyone towards the restaurant. It's dinner time in the restaurant now, and it's packed with customers. The employees are busy running around, and the kitchen is extremely busy. "Not bad, I didn't expect the restaurant business to be so good." The patriarch nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that the business here was so good. He was in a very good mood again. After looking around, the clan leader also came to the front desk. The manager quickly stood up and looked at the clan leader respectfully. "Chief, you are here. Well, is that kid and his team here?" When asked about his grandson, the smile on the clan leader's face froze a lot. After all, he was a grandson that he valued very much. But recently he came to the ski resort frequently to organize team training. He had mentioned it several times, but to no avail. "Chief, they are here and are having dinner in the private room upstairs." "Humph. How absurd." The clan leader's face turned even uglier when he heard this, and he became a little angry. Chapter 340. Doesn't tea seem that scary? You're really not doing your job, dealing with these useless things all day long. Can this thing make the family stronger or what? You're even possessed by a demon. Take me up there and see what this brat has to say. Okay, patriarch. Seeing the clan leader suddenly getting so angry, the manager swallowed his saliva and had to quickly lead the clan leader and others upstairs. After the clan leader was brought to the door of the private room by the manager, he heard the faint laughter and clinking of glasses from inside, and he became even more furious and kicked the door open. Bang! The captain was holding a glass of juice to toast Ye Xuan, and the other little guys were following suit in a funny way, but they were all startled by the sound of the door opening and their attention was drawn to it. Who is it? Is it polite? The captain had eaten here more than once. He was a little angry when he was suddenly treated like this. He looked over and shouted, but he stopped talking halfway and swallowed the words he had just said. "Ah, it's you, old man. What brings you here?" When the captain saw that the person coming was his grandfather, he was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He also stood up with a wry smile. But the clan leader did not look at the captain, but focused all his eyes on Ye Xuan. How is this possible? After taking a deep breath, the patriarch quickly walked in 2 steps at a time and came directly in front of Ye Xuan. After looking at him carefully, he finally confirmed that the person in front of him was Ye Xuan, and he suddenly froze. "Grandpa, let me introduce my new friends. They are very good at skiing, but they are just amateurs and have not joined the professional team. They just gave us some guidance for a while, and we benefited a lot from it." When the captain saw that his old man was looking at Ye Xuan, he thought that he was just curious why Ye Xuan and others were sitting with him, so he also introduced them with a smile. "Mr. Yi? Why are you here?" But what surprised the captain and all the team members was that the clan leader actually bent down in front of Ye Xuan. His tone and gesture were extremely respectful. What is going on? For a moment, the captain was completely stunned. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why would his old man be so respectful to Ye Xuan for no reason? But when he was about to ask, the captain's pupils suddenly shrank, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly realized what his grandfather had just said to Ye Xuan. Mr. Ye? This was undoubtedly a wake-up call for him on the spot, causing the captain's head to buzz and his scalp to tingle. He could not figure out what was going on. Shaking his head, the captain took a deep breath, gave up his previous idea, and simply asked the patriarch. Old man, what's wrong with you? My friend. Presumptuous. However, before the captain could finish his words, he was interrupted by the clan leader's stern shout. He was even more confused about what was going on and could only look at his father in confusion. How can you do this? This is Mr. Ye Xuan, so behave yourself. What? The captain was completely stunned by the clan leader's shout. He instantly jumped up from his chair and looked at Ye Xuan, who was sitting next to him, in disbelief. Even the team members were confused. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out why the person they met today was actually Mr. Ye, who had caused the whole world to panic. The captain had heard his grandfather talk about Ye Xuan more than once, and he also learned a lot from the outside world. Some of the team members also knew about this matter, and even those who didn't know asked the captain to reveal a little bit. So when they found out that the master in their eyes was actually Mr. Ye, they were all completely confused. Thinking about the various rumors and bloody news they had heard before, everyone couldn't help but feel afraid, and even felt a little trembling while sitting next to Ye Xuan. After all, what this guy has done is not just the recent destruction of major mercenary and killer organizations in the world, but for everyone in the West, the previous bloodbath is even more deeply remembered by them. How is it possible? This person is actually Mr. Ye? After being stunned for a moment, the captain took a deep breath and looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief. He originally thought that the Mr. Ye in the rumor should also look like a cold and frosty person, like a god of death in real life. But today, Mr. Ye, who was seen by them, with his doting smile to the children and his friendliness towards them, completely overturned the first impression in their subconscious mind. Mr. Ye doesn't look that scary. The captain recalled some details of his previous interactions with Ye Xuan, and felt that Ye Xuan was not as scary as he had imagined. Mr. Ye, I am so sorry. I apologize for the rudeness of this unworthy descendant of mine before. Please forgive him this time. However, the patriarch bowed respectfully, with a slight fear on his face. It's okay. Now that we're here, let's have a meal together. Ye Xuan pursed his lips and smiled, and the clan leader also felt relieved. He sat down with a smile and had dinner together. After finishing the meal, the clan leader and the captain respectfully escorted Ye Xuan and the others back to the outside of the ski resort, and then watched the vehicle that Ye Xuan and the others were riding in disappear from sight. On this side, after everyone returned home, Ye Xuan called the little ones to the closet to keep warm, and Long Ling also began to deal with the oil field matters. After all, this is also a big project. There are still many problems, such as how to increase the amount of mining, speed up the mining speed, and reduce the loss. After thinking for a while, Long Ling still felt that he should ask Ye Xuan about this matter, so he put forward some of his own ideas. Well, let me think about it. After hearing Long Ling briefly talk about the difficulties they were facing now, Ye Xuan also quickly thought about it in his mind. How about this, you hand this matter over to Jiang Xingxi from the Southwest branch and let him handle it. I'll give you his contact information now. When the time comes, you can talk to him and he will naturally know what to do. Okay, master. Long Ling nodded, then turned and left, preparing to go into the room to contact Jiang Xingxi. Chapter 341 Falling. Wait a minute, Dragon Spirit. Just when Long Ling took a few steps, Ye Xuan suddenly remembered something else and said to Long Ling with a smile. I just forgot. Long Ling, you can just stay busy for a while. I'll give him some more wine. There's new wine coming out of the winery now. From the beginning to the end, Ye Xuan never treated his old subordinates unfairly. After all, they had been loyally following me for a long time, shedding sweat and blood. Master is really thoughtful. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Long Ling chuckled when he heard that, but nodded solemnly, then turned around and left quickly. Without further delay, Long Ling returned to her room and immediately contacted Jiang Xingxi, briefly explaining the two matters. At this moment, in the southwest branch of China, Jiang Xingxi was handling affairs and signing some documents. Hello, Jiang Xingxi, the head of the southwest branch, what can I do for you? At this moment, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Xingxi picked up the phone with one hand and answered it, but his eyes were still looking at the documents. Long Ling. It's you. Hearing the voice from the other end, Jiang Xingxi's spirits suddenly perked up. He put down what he was doing and listened carefully. Hey, brother Jiang, it's like this. Master recently bought an oil field in Dubai in the West and is going to hand it over to China. But Master also said that he wants to hand over this oil field to you for management. You know what to do when the time comes. Ah, this? Oil field. Zhang Shengxi's hand holding the phone almost trembled. Even though he had seen a lot of bloody storms and rough seas, he was still stunned when he heard this. He also heard it clearly. Brother Ye was planning to hand over the oil field directly to China. This is too amazing. This is not just a simple little object, it is an oil field right at the beginning. There are so many places now that are vying for this thing, but Brother Ye is so good that not only did he get it himself, he also gave it to us directly. Okay, keep talking. Zhang Xingxi was stunned for a moment before letting Long Ling continue, but he gradually calmed down. The two of them conducted a research and discussion on the follow-up issues of the oil field, which went smoothly. Well, that's it for the oil field, but there's one more thing I didn't tell you. After that, Long Ling kept the secret again, and Zhang Xingxi was stunned again, thinking that this could be something bigger. Hey, don't be nervous. The new wine brewed by Master's Winery is also out. I will send some to you when the time comes. This Long Ling, you helped me thank Brother Yi, so I want to be polite here. When Zhang Xingxi heard that it was about delivering wine, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and was deeply moved. Ever since he followed Ye Xuan, he knew very well how Brother Yi treated him. This time, even though Brother Yi had arrived in the West, he was still able to remember these things. Zhang Xingxi felt very emotional, and at the same time, he made up his mind to do well what Ye Xuan had asked him to do this time. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xingxi stood outside the window, looking at the blue sky in the west, and a wave of emotion rose in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. A day later, Zhang Xingxi stood at the gate of the Southwest Branch military region. The first batch of crude oil had arrived. After supervising the transportation of these things, Zhang Xingxi also began to make arrangements. Not long after that, the wine that Ye Xuan asked Long Ling to send arrived. Zhang Xingxi was delighted when he saw it and immediately opened the outer packaging. It smells so good. As soon as he opened it, Zhang Xingxi smelled an enticing aroma of wine, and his expression looked a little intoxicated. Taking out one of the bottles of exquisitely packaged red wine, Zhang Xingxi sniffed it gently, then looked through the bottle to see the color of the wine, and felt quite satisfied. This is indeed the wine sent by Brother Yi, it's obviously good wine at first glance. After everything was arranged, Zhang Xingxi also found a place to store the wine properly. Report to General Zhang Long. General Zhang Long and several other generals from the Southeast branch will soon arrive at our branch. There is a meeting that requires your participation. Just as Zhang Xingxi was about to return to the office to rest, a member of the military department quickly came over and reported the news about the meeting. Okay, I got it. Zhang Xingxi nodded indifferently. He had expected the meeting. After all, with all the things that had happened recently, he had held a lot of meetings one after another, and there were still many things that needed them to deal with. It is just right that we are waiting for Zhang Qingtian and others to come over this time. After the meeting, we can also discuss matters concerning the oil field. One person cannot accomplish anything. We need to listen to everyone's suggestions. After thinking about it, Zhang Xingxi quickly walked towards the meeting room. By the time everyone finished the meeting, it was already evening. Relax tonight and have a drink. Zhang Xingxi, Zhang Qingtian, and other dragon generals walked out of the meeting room, then arranged for everyone to take a rest and suggested having a drink together. Hey! Lao Jiang, you look so happy, you must have gotten some good wine. Ha, Zhang Long has done a great job in not forgetting us, that's great. Stop talking and let's go. It would be fine if you didn't talk about drinking, but talking about this makes me hungry. Hearing that they were going to drink, several dragon generals also became interested and quickly followed Zhang Xingxi into the lounge. After preparing a few side dishes, Zhang Xingxi took out the prepared wine, but he only took out one bottle. That's great, Lao Jiang. You even brought some red wine. When did you start to go for the elegant route? Ah. It's not white wine, why is there wine? If we drink this, won't the snacks we prepared be a little chilly? When several dragon generals saw the red wine that Zhang Xingxi brought, and then looked at the bowl of braised pork, a bowl of peanuts, and some other things on the table, they immediately fell into deep thought. No one has ever tried pairing these things with red wine, but now I actually managed to do it this time. Just say whether you want to drink or not and that's it. Zhang Xingxi rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingtian and the others, then carefully opened the bottle of red wine and poured it into the decanter. This was also Long Ling's thoughtfulness. She knew that Jiang Xingxi and his group of tough guys might not have these things, so when packing the red wine, she specifically asked them to bring back a decanter and a wineglass. Drink! Why not drink now that you're here? That's right. I don't know when was the last time I drank your wine. Today's wine is alcohol mixed with water. I have to drink it anyway. Stop talking, just pour it. Chapter 342 Story. Seeing the impatient eyes of these dragon generals, Jiang Xingxi was also happy. He was almost sober, so he poured a glass for everyone. Holding the wine glasses, several dragon generals did not drink them in a hurry. Instead, they put them in front of their noses and sniffed them first. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. Even though they don't usually drink red wine, when they smelled it, they were sure it was good wine. Without saying anything, they picked it up and took a sip. That's fine. That's really good. I thought I couldn't get used to it, but I didn't expect it to taste so good. Let's stop talking, everyone. Let's have a drink. After tasting it, everyone was satisfied, and then they clinked their glasses in a ritualistic manner and started drinking. Jiang Xingxi himself didn't expect that this red wine would be so delicious. He was shocked and thought that it was worthy of being sent by Brother Ye. But it was just a bottle of wine after all, and so many people were drinking it together, so it didn't last long before it was finished without a drop left. TSK TSK TSK. Come on, Lao Jiang, give me another bottle, this is not enough. Yes, otherwise all the appetizers would be in vain, and I haven't even started eating yet. It's delicious. I strongly recommend ordering another bottle to celebrate the success of our meeting today. But everyone still felt unsatisfied. After all of these dragon generals could drink a lot, and just this bottle of red wine was indeed a bit unsatisfying. Okay, just this one bottle, no more. Jiang Xingxi was somewhat helpless. These people were a little disdainful of the red wine at first, but now that they have tasted it, they are actually clamoring for another bottle. Come on, Lao Jiang, don't be so stingy. That's right. We've finally got together, so stop being so stingy. Besides, it's boring for you to drink alone. Wouldn't it be nice for a few of us to drink with you? Seeing these people like this, Jiang Xingxi was so angry that he laughed coldly. Well, I say you should just be content. Do you know who gave me this wine? Who is it? When everyone saw Jiang Xingxi's expression, they were somewhat confused and looked at him in confusion. Let me tell you, this was given to me by Brother Yi. What? When everyone heard that the wine was sent by Ye Xuan, they were shocked and looked at Jiang Xingxi in shock, finding it somewhat difficult to accept. In an instant, everyone felt that the red wine seemed to have been upgraded to a higher grade in an instant. No, this was actually sent by Brother Yi? Old Jiang, are you kidding me? Yeah, hasn't General Yi Long been here recently? When did he send it to you? This. I still can't understand it. Facing everyone's surprise and doubt, Jiang Xingxi smiled and said helplessly. Hey guys, do I have to lie to you? If it wasn't for the wine Brother Yi sent me, would I treasure it so much? I'll let you drink as much as you have. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded, thinking that it seemed to be true. Lao Jiang was not a stingy person. I just want to say that if this wine was really sent by Ye Xuan, not to mention Jiang Xingxi, they would be almost the same, which is understandable. Coupled with Jiang Xingxi's current expression, everyone was even more convinced that this must have been sent by Ye Xuan. No one else could get such good wine. However, this also made them somewhat envious. After all, only Jiang Xingxi received the wine, and they had no news. But there is no other way. Jiang Xingxi is Brother Yi's old subordinate, so it is normal to take care of him. Jiang Xingxi naturally won't enjoy it alone, so today he invites them to drink together. Okay, that's nothing. I have even more exciting news to tell you. Jiang Xingxi chuckled and then started talking about crude oil. Everyone looked at Jiang Xingxi. I just received the news a day ago. This time, Brother Yi has taken over an oil field of a wealthy man in the west. The oil reserves are not small at all. After Brother Yi took it, he directly gave all the resources of the oil field to Huaxia and asked me to be in charge of this matter. When you came to me, the first batch of crude oil had already arrived. Boom! As soon as Jiang Xingxi said this news, everyone present felt as if a thunder had exploded on their heads, making them crispy from head to toe, and they were completely stunned. Indeed, compared with the crude oil, these bottles of red wine seemed somewhat insignificant. They never expected that Ye Xuan would do such a thing. Brother Yi is too strong. This is an oil field. Oh my god, Brother Yi is worthy of being Brother Yi. We are still too narrow-minded. An oil field was delivered just like that. Brother Yi really helped a lot this time. After a long silence, the dragon generals finally came to their senses and burst into amazement. While the people in the southwest branch of China were still marveling at Ye Xuan's great achievements, in the manor in the west, Ye Xuan was teaching a few little ones historical knowledge. The little ones were also very interested in this historical knowledge. They listened carefully and looked at Ye Xuan with great interest. Dad, how far away is the period you just mentioned from now? Ye Xuan listened very carefully, and after hearing Ye Xuan finish telling a thrilling epic, she also asked about the time of this historical period. Well, this period of history is from 100 years ago, which is the beginning of the last century. The specific situation at that time was far darker and more powerless than what Dad told you. At that time, we were backward and suffered a lot of bullying from other foreign enemies. The children nodded when they heard this. It was hard for them to imagine that the scene in China just 100 years ago would be like this. When the little guys heard Ye Xuan talking about the foreign enemies at that time, they were also very angry. Although they were still young, they still felt a surge of indignation. Knowing that many children of their age died in the cruelty of the enemy and the chaos of the times, the little ones lamented. They felt sorry for those children, but also cherished the good life they have now even more. Dad, what happened next? How did we get to where we are today? After learning about the previous history, the children also became curious. After experiencing such difficulties, how did China achieve today's prosperity and strength? The subsequent story is very long. Which year should I start from? Chapter 343. Two different people. Seeing the children diligently and eagerly learning about history that they had never experienced, Ye Xuan was also pleased, and then he told the children more carefully. After talking for a while, Ye Xuan suddenly received a local call. Seeing that it was the head of one of the big families calling, he temporarily stopped talking and answered the phone. Excuse me, Mr. Yi. We will hold an exhibition tomorrow and would like to invite you and your family to visit. Do you have time? Can. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Xuan agreed casually. Great, Mr. Yi. I'll send you the address right away. It's our honor to have you here. The head of the family on the phone was immediately delighted, and then Ye Xuan didn't say much. After hanging up the phone, he continued to tell the little guys around him about historical knowledge. The next morning, the little guys got up very early. They had been talking about today's exhibition since they went to bed yesterday. As soon as they got up, they woke up Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao together. The two of them were used to it, and after a rice mile, they got up, put on their clothes, washed up, and prepared to go out. I don't know when it started, but as long as there is an important event the next morning, they don't need to set an alarm. These little guys are even more punctual than an alarm clock, and there is no way to get them to stay in bed. Before going out, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao dressed the little ones in thick clothes, and also provided them with small hats, scarves, and gloves. After all, although it is not snowing now, it is still very cold during the melting process. This is what the old saying goes: it is not cold when it snows, but it is cold when the snow melts. After getting ready, everyone drove towards the address sent by the owner. This exhibition is a collection exhibition. Many family heads have brought out their own good things for everyone to visit and appreciate. It can be regarded as a unique activity among these big families. At this time, at the entrance of the exhibition, there were already luxury cars like rain, and people from major families were driving one top luxury car after another. For a while, the entrance of the exhibition was packed with people and traffic. It was an extremely lively scene. After parking their cars, the homeowners got out of the house, greeted each other, and then gathered together to chat. They were not allowed to go in yet. This is not because the time has not come yet, it is simply because Ye Xuan has not arrived yet. Everyone came early. I thought I was the last one to arrive. Ha ha ha, it's no use coming early. Mr. Yi hasn't come yet, so he can't go in yet. That's true. By the way, what did you exhibit this time? Is there anything interesting? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the family heads began to inquire about the exhibits that the other party had brought out this time. They didn't know about this yet, so their eyes lit up and they felt a little excited. Don't ask, you old guys are the same. If you find anything, just go in and take a look later. See, you are the same. You said this last time and you said it again this time. Can't you keep it a little less secret? Let's not say anything. You're treating those shabby treasures like nobody's business. I'm too lazy to ask. We'll know after we see. As they were talking, one of the family heads suddenly heard the sound of an engine coming from a distance. He turned around and saw that it was the car driven by Ye Xuan, so he quickly reminded the other family heads around him. Stop talking, Mr. Ye's car is here. When everyone heard the sound, the conversation just now stopped and they hurriedly walked outside to greet the luxury car that had just stopped. What is going on? At this time, some local CEOs who were invited to attend the exhibition also saw the scene in the distance, but they were all confused. After all, those who stepped forward to greet him were all heads of the local big families. Even they had to be polite to each other when they saw him, but now they all stood up at the same time to greet others? When they saw Ye Xuan, Wang Xinyao and the other kids coming out of the car, the CEOs were completely dumbfounded. How could someone so young be qualified to be greeted by these family heads? What kind of world is this? What's wrong with these family heads? No, I just can't understand it. He looks like just a young man. Why are all these family heads so respectful to him? Unbelievable, why on earth is this possible? Stop talking. Don't talk nonsense. The moment he saw Ye Xuan, one of the CEOs was stunned with fright. He quickly called out to the others who were still talking around him. His pupils were trembling slightly, and fear lingered in his heart. What's wrong? When the other CEOs saw the CEO's excited reaction, they were even more confused and wondered what was going on. Hush! Do you think this guy is just an ordinary person? You know the recent news about mercenaries and assassin organizations all over the world being massacred? The person who controls everything behind the scenes is this guy. And the chaos in the West before was also caused by this person. The boss looked at everyone in panic and spoke out Ye Xuan's identity intermittently, which immediately shocked all the bosses present. Ah! This person is Mr. Yi? This is too young. Mr. Yi is actually like this. Oh my god, it turns out to be this lord. After hearing what the boss said, the others almost dropped their jaws. They all knew this person, but they didn't expect him to be like this. At this point, no one dared to say anything. Thinking back to their previous rudeness, cold sweat seeped out of every pore of their body. If this person had heard those words just now, or if there were any more rude behavior, the consequences would be difficult for any of them to estimate. Mr. Yi, you are here. Please come in. It's great that you can come here in person. Having you here makes our exhibition even more glorious. It's been a while since I last saw you, Mr. Yi. Welcome. When several family heads saw Ye Xuan coming down, they hurriedly came forward to greet him in a flattering manner. The way they bent over was completely different from their usual majestic appearance. But Ye Xuan just nodded slightly, with no expression on his face, but the family head still didn't dare to say anything, and could only continue to welcome Ye Xuan inside. Mr. Yi, our exhibition is nothing special. It's just our usual collections. We show them to everyone for viewing. It's nothing special in front of you, so please don't be surprised. Chapter 344 Reaction. The family heads surrounded Ye Xuan and walked in. They looked at the exhibits one by one and gave Ye Xuan a brief introduction, but their attitude was still very humble. After all, if you really compare them, these things are nothing in Ye Xuan's eyes. Well, let me take a look. Ye Xuan nodded, then walked inside with a few little guys. Ye Xuan smiled as he scanned the collections on the exhibition stand. Although he really had no interest in them, they were not as unworthy of mention as those family heads said. They could be considered some fine items. These collections also represent the historical background and history of different periods, and it costs a lot of money to get them. Several little guys walked beside Ye Xuan, looking here and touching there, and were full of interest in everything in the exhibition hall. The further you go inside, the more things there are on the exhibition stands, mostly Western antiques and cultural relics, such as oil paintings, old pocket watches, statues, and celebrity diaries. On one of the exhibition stands, a small, flashing gadget attracted the attention of several little ones, who then came over to take a look. On top of it is a crown made of precious metal and inlaid with many diamonds. Judging from the size, it should be worn by a lady. Wow! This is so beautiful. The little girls looked at the crown and were quickly completely attracted to it. They stood on tiptoe to admire it. Under the light of the chandelier above the exhibition hall, every little diamond on it was sparkling. Dad, what is this? It looks so beautiful. Is it a crown? This should be worn by the little princess. It looks so small and beautiful. Dad, is this a modern thing or an ancient thing? While thinking it was beautiful, the children also looked at Ye Xuan beside them, asking what this thing was and whether it was an antique. This is a corona, or a crown, which is a product of the Victorian era in the late 19th century. You may think it is made of silver based on its color, but it is actually made using a process that uses a fusion of gold and silver in diamonds. It is also an excellent product of the Victorian era. Although this piece was not worn by the Queen at that time, the craftsmanship was not much different. Judging from the shape, it should have been worn by the noble princess when attending the event. Xia Xia was right just now. Seeing that the children were very interested in the origin and history of this thing, Ye Xuan took the trouble to tell the children the history of this thing and also briefly talked about the materials and craftsmanship. Dad is awesome, so what is this? A few little guys nodded, and then asked about a collection next to them. They were also very curious about this thing. This is a silver fruit plate with exquisite carving craftsmanship. It is hollow in the middle and has a tall base. A girl in a gorgeous dress is carved on the outside. The dress is very different from what it is now, but it has a classical beauty. Because of this, the appearance of the fruit plate made the little ones love it very much. They all looked at Ye Xuan, without any doubt whether Ye Xuan knew about this thing. They just knew that if they had any questions, they should ask their father. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, Dad, this looks really exquisite, I like it so much. The children nodded heavily. If there wasn't a layer of glass cover protecting it, they would have wanted to reach out and touch it to try. This is a product of the Renaissance, which was also the peak period of artistic concentration and explosion. The silver fruit plate in front of you is so exquisite. One reason is that the craze for silverware in Western history started thousands of years ago and has continued to this day. This fruit plate was created during the Renaissance and became a form of expression for artists, just like oil painting, poetry, and music, but they often displayed their skills on silverware. If I remember correctly, this fruit plate was created by the noble prince and artist William Seeney at the time. It is also considered one of the representative works of the silver art form. Listening to Ye Xuan's answer without much thought, the children nodded half understandingly. They didn't understand what the Renaissance was, but they knew that making such exquisite silverware was a special art form. Afterwards, Ye Xuan became an encyclopedia for the little ones. As long as they were interested in something or didn't know something, they would come up to Ye Xuan and ask him. The most terrifying thing is that Ye Xuan can fluently tell the background and history of these diverse collections from different ages with just a quick glance, which benefits the children a lot and makes them admire Ye Xuan even more. Dad, you are so amazing, how come you know everything? After asking about the last oil painting, Yi Jing was convinced, and the image of Ye Xuan in her heart became even more majestic. And those family heads who had been following behind were completely dumbfounded. They were not like these little guys, and they understood even more clearly what it meant that Ye Xuan could answer questions fluently no matter what. This can no longer be described simply by erudition and experience. Ye Xuan is simply a history book that records the history of the West, and not a single detail is missed. It was as if Ye Xuan had such insights not because of his knowledge. It gave people the feeling that Ye Xuan was a time traveler. All of these were recorded in his mind because they were all things he had experienced personally. He seemed to have experienced the rise and fall of countless eras, and like this world, he was a witness to history. You know, among these family heads, there are many who are proficient in these antiques and collectibles, but when they saw the horror of Ye Xuan, they were completely confused. Without saying too much, it would be a blessing if they could have a quarter of Ye Xuan's understanding. There are some things that they themselves cannot recognize, but Ye Xuan can always give a perfect answer. Mr. Yi, you are so amazing. I really admire you. You are truly knowledgeable and talented. I am in awe of you. Not everyone can know these things. Oh my God. Mr. Yi, your insights into history put the rest of us to shame. After being shocked for a while, the family heads also followed suit and praised. Ye Xuan didn't react much, he just continued to walk inside with a few little guys. Chapter 345 Consequences. However, after walking a few steps, Ye Xuan saw something familiar. He was slightly startled and his brows began to frown. On the other side in front of him was a bronze snake head with an exquisite shape, made entirely of bronze. It had no body, but only a base supporting a snake head. If you take a closer look, the snake head is lifelike, but judging from the patina and color of the surface, as well as the ingenious yet not very obvious texture on it, the age of this snake head can be traced back to an unknown time ago. But that is not just an ordinary handicraft, nor is it just an ordinary cultural relic. It is a bronze snake head, one of the 12 animal heads. This snake head was lost along with several other animal heads, and its whereabouts are unknown. Even today, after countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters, and after so many Chinese descendants have been searching hard, there is still no news. But at an exhibition like today, Ye Xuan saw the snake head in front of him and felt more or less surprised. Could it be that this item is a collection of one of the family owners, or did someone just buy it from an auction? Just at this moment, several little guys also saw the bronze snake head. They suddenly felt an inspiration in their hearts and hurriedly grabbed Ye Xuan beside them, pointing at the bronze snake head and spoke anxiously. "Dad, look. This is an animal head. Ah. This really is an animal head. It looks like it's a snake. Dad, look, it's right here, do you see it?" The children were extremely excited at this moment, and were afraid that Ye Xuan couldn't see it. They pulled Ye Xuan's sleeves and pointed in the direction of the bronze snake head. "I saw it." Ye Xuan nodded, his eyes still fixed on the beast head, and responded faintly. "Dad, is this the cultural relic you mentioned before, which was lost during the humiliating history of our China?" "I remember what you said, Dad. They destroyed the cultural relics in China. They tore down everything inside and took them back as trophies. Dad said at the time that those were invaders, inhumane villains who burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. We will never forget that." The moment the children looked at the bronze snake head, they immediately recalled the history that Ye Xuan had told them before. When they heard the news about these foreign enemies, the little guys clenched their fists and looked a little angry. Now, seeing the bronze snake head that had been lost for many years, they still showed a common hatred for the enemy. Ye Xuan, who had been silent at first, was now aware of the unhappiness in the hearts of the little ones. After feeling their emotions and the sense of historical responsibility that they still kept in mind, he felt quite relieved. It is not easy to remember the history at such an age, and these little ones have done a pretty good job in this regard. "You are right. This is what my father told you about, the snake head that has not been found yet." Ye Xuan exhaled lightly and looked at the bronze snake head with deep eyes. "But Dad, why is this bronze snake head here?" "That's right, could it be that these people are the descendants of the group that bullied us back then?" "Why? This is clearly our Chinese thing, and they are putting it on display here." After the children confirmed from Ye Xuan that this was the bronze snake head, they couldn't help but become a little confused and looked curiously at the family heads behind them. In the back, the family heads heard the conversation between Ye Xuan and the little guys, and their hearts were shocked. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell from their heads, and their heartbeats accelerated to a terrifying speed. They all overlooked one thing. This is a national treasure of China, a product of the times that embodies history. Even today, there are still countless Chinese people looking for them. Someone once said that a nation that forgets its history is a sad nation, a nation without a future. The reason why China has come to where it is today, which is completely different from the backwardness 100 years ago, is because China has never forgotten history for a moment, and has always been prepared for danger in times of peace and has an indomitable will. And the one in front of them is Ye Xuan, who is determined to safeguard the dignity of China's territory at all costs and draws his sword against the mercenaries and killer organizations that attempt to invade. Such a person now placed this bronze snake head in front of him, and it was at their own collection exhibition. Isn't this courting death? Thinking of this, all the family heads shuddered all over, their vision suddenly went dark, their feet inevitably began to tremble, and they were extremely panicked. They simply couldn't believe what the consequences would be for them if this person got furious. "Mr. Yi, in fact, the main purpose of our exhibition this time is mainly as a commemoration. Don't worry, we will return all these cultural relics that originally belonged to China later." While several family heads were still in a daze, one of them quickly walked up to Ye Xuan and bowed respectfully. The other family heads were also stunned. They were obviously frightened by the behavior of this family head and felt pain in their hearts for a moment. But at this point, everyone knows that there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, these are other people's things, and from a historical perspective, they are the one in the wrong. Even if we put all this aside, the person standing in front of them is not someone else, but Ye Xuan. Thinking of this, several people wiped their sweat and hurriedly came to Ye Xuan respectfully, expressing their attitudes in the same way, but no one dared to look directly into Ye Xuan's eyes. "Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. Since we invited you here this time, we have planned to return these cultural relics in advance. Yes, that's what we all mean. Once this exhibition is over, we will do whatever we need to do. Please believe us, we will definitely return these cultural relics that originally belonged to China to their homeland safely." Seeing the attitudes of several people, Ye Xuan's eyes softened a little, and he glanced at the people who lowered their heads. I see. After saying that, Ye Xuan didn't stay any longer and walked inside with the children. Behind these snake heads and animal heads are mostly Chinese cultural relics, which are arranged according to the regions. However, according to what the owners of these houses said, these things will naturally return to their hometowns after the exhibition is over. Chapter 346. What's going on? Dad, it seems like all of these are cultural relics from China. Ah. There are all of them in the back too. How come they have so many of our things? Dad, will these uncles and grandpas really give them back to us? Seeing the various Chinese cultural relics in the exhibition hall at the back, the little one's eyes widened, but they were still a little worried about the ownership of these cultural relics. Don't worry, they will do what they say. Ye Xuan nodded and rubbed the children's faces lovingly. And these words were also heard by the heads of the families behind. Their expressions were very complicated, with reluctance to part with these treasures, but also a deep sense of powerlessness. After all, this is Mr. Yi, and this is the best outcome for them. If he had not spoken up and let Ye Xuan make the decision, things would probably not be so simple. Okay, let's ignore this. Do you know what these things are? After comforting the children for a few words, Ye Xuan also diverted the children's attention and asked them about the history of these cultural relics. Dad, you said this is called blue and white porcelain. It was a special porcelain craft at the time. Judging from the patterns on it, most of them were supplied to the palace. And this is a small bronze tripod, which was used by our ancestors for sacrifices. Dad, I know this is a landscape painting. It depicts Mount Tai hundreds of years ago, but I don't know who painted it. The children looked at the cultural relics inside and recognized quite a few things. They also understood a little about the history and background of these things. These were what they learned recently with Ye Xuan. Well, that's great. You guys are so proud of Daddy. Looking at the children's positive attitude, Ye Xuan felt very pleased. It seemed that they had learned a lot from him. These are actually some obscure historical knowledge, at least for most children, and it is quite difficult for these little guys to be so enthusiastic. You are indeed Mr. Ye's daughters. You are really smart and clever. That's amazing. You ladies know so much. It's true that heroes emerge young. No need to say, he is worthy of being Mr. Ye's child, he is truly a rare talent. Seeing this, the several family heads who had been following behind them hurriedly flattered them and praised the little guys with smiles on their faces. But the little guys just glanced at them and then continued to look at the cultural relics. Because of the appearance of the animal heads just now, they no longer had any good feelings towards these family heads. Several family heads were helpless and had to continue following behind, not wanting to linger on these cultural relics for too long. They knew very well in their hearts that this might be the last time they could stay with these cultural relics. In the past, they had actually spent a considerable amount of money to photograph or purchase these cultural relics, but at this point, no one had the courage to retain them. Then, several family heads followed Ye Xuan and his companions as they strolled around. Seeing more and more treasures inside, their hearts began to bleed more and more. After strolling around for a while, the children also looked at the Chinese cultural relics inside. They had no interest in the Western collections and followed Ye Xuan out of the exhibition hall. The heads of the families and the bosses who later learned of Ye Xuan's identity also accompanied him all the way until Ye Xuan and his group got into the car. Alas, there is nothing we can do now. These things will soon not belong to us. Okay, go back and take a few more looks, or it will be gone. Don't mention it. I spent a lot of money on those things. Looking at the car of Ye Xuan and others leaving, the feelings of several family heads at this moment were hard to describe, and their faces looked extremely ugly. After sighing helplessly for a while, these family heads could only leave in disappointment, leaving the bosses standing by dumbfounded. What's going on? I don't know. Wasn't he fine just now? This is none of our business, but I have a vague feeling that it's because of Mr. Yi. The bosses looked at each other, no one knew what had happened, but they all understood in their hearts that the person who could make these family heads behave like this was definitely someone they should not mess with. At the same time in the car, several little guys were sitting closely beside Ye Xuan, and the excitement in their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Dad! These things are going home. It's great, our things are finally back. Well, although some of them haven't come back yet, this is also worth being happy about. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan nodded and said to the little guys with a smile. Thanks to you girls. Hey, we are so happy too. The little girls giggled and became happier the more they thought about it. They also continued to ask Ye Xuan for more historical knowledge. The heads of the families who had seen Ye Xuan and the others off did not dare to delay any longer and quickly began to make arrangements. The other guests have now left, and several family heads are standing in the empty exhibition hall, discussing the details of the return of the cultural relics. If we're going to do it this time, I think we'll have to do it on a bigger scale. That's right. Since we are sending it back, we should also use this opportunity to show our sincerity and improve our relationship with Mr. Yi. Then tell me, what should we do? After thinking for a while, several family heads also thought of this aspect. Since these things could not be kept, they might as well use this to show their sincerity and let Ye Xuan improve his attitude towards them. Finally, after some discussion, several family heads finally made a decision. After sorting out the cultural relics, they called reporters and the media and held a press conference. At the press conference site, the venue was already filled with packed and organized cultural relics. Several family heads were standing in front of these cultural relics in formal attire, with many cameras and flashlights set up in front of them. For the heads of these large Western families, the press conferences they can hold must be explosive news, and this can be said to be a consensus. But what was different this time was that it was actually held jointly by these family heads. It was impossible to say that there was no big news, so almost all the reporters and media who could come came, and the scene was quite lively. It's so strange, these people are getting together, what's going on? Chapter 347. What do you think? It must be big news. The power of these old men is extraordinary. By the way, do you know what those packed things in the back are? The reporters standing below also started talking about it, their eyes full of anticipation. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Our press conference will begin now. At this time, the head of the family walked in front of the camera and coughed softly. The reporters also tactfully quieted down and turned on their equipment, aiming at the head of the family in front of them. The thing is, we are holding this press conference today for no other reason than to thank Mr. Yi for his teachings to us. Everyone has seen these packed things behind us. Now I can tell you directly that these are all cultural relics belonging to China. They are all treasures from Chinese history, including a long-lost snakehead animal head. These were originally our personal collections. We were always blinded by ignorance and didn't know their importance to a piece of land and a civilization. Fortunately, Mr. Yi taught us and made us deeply understand the truth. I once again apologize for our behavior. Now I officially announce that we are willing to return all the cultural relics here to China free of charge. I also thank the media and journalists present for bearing witness for us. Boom! For a moment, after the head of the family issued an apology and expressed his willingness to return the property, the media personnel and reporters present were completely dumbfounded, as if a bomb had exploded overhead. What happened? Why were these cultural relics returned like this? What on earth were these family heads thinking? What happened? Why were these cultural relics returned like this? What on earth were these family heads thinking? As we all know, these Chinese cultural relics are very popular in the West, and it has cost these family heads a lot of financial and material resources to collect so many cultural relics. They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. It was because of Mr. Ye's guidance and education that they were willing to hand over all these hard-earned things for free. Excuse me, we still have some questions. May I ask why the heads of the families made such a decision? This should not be voluntary, right? I remain skeptical. May I ask if you have received any personal threats? This is totally unscientific. May I ask who is the Mr. Yi that the family heads are talking about? Under what circumstances did he have these thoughts? For a moment, the media reporters present were in an uproar. They all rushed to the front of these family heads like a stream, holding the microphones with red faces, and bombarded these family heads with a series of questions. There are too many doubts about this matter itself, it is not a reasonable thing at all. I'm sorry, everyone. We can't tell you anything else. All we can do is hold this press conference. As for the threats you speculated about, these are all nonsense. First of all, from the perspective of history and justice, we may have occupied these cultural relics for some reason, but now it is time to return them. So please report the facts to the media and journalists present. We will hand over the artifacts to the Chinese side as soon as possible and strive to return the artifacts to their homeland as soon as possible. There is nothing else to do at today's press conference. Please stop worrying and report the facts. Faced with the questions pouring in from the reporters, the family heads did not get trapped. Instead, they quickly announced the end of the press conference and then left the noisy scene under the protection of the family guards. Only the media and reporters were left standing in a mess. Even now, they still couldn't accept what had just happened. However, looking at the looks on the faces of the family heads, they really couldn't ask anything more, so they had to give up. Oh my God! These family heads are crazy, God knows what wrong medicine they took. Who knows? We have no way of knowing what happened in the back. Oh, let's all go. I have a feeling this matter will soon cause a huge uproar on the internet. I believe that netizens have the same opinion as me. No one will believe that this was voluntary. After the press conference ended, these media and reporters still refused to leave. They kept talking to each other and had too many suspicions about this matter in their hearts. Time passed by minute, but the noise at the scene did not decrease. After recording the speeches of several family heads at the press conference, they stepped forward to take close-ups of the packaged cultural relics, and finally left one after another. Afterwards, with the help and hype from these media, this incident quickly became popular and topped the front pages of major Western websites. At almost the same time, people in China also learned about this matter. This was undoubtedly a heavy bombshell that caused a sensation across the vast land of China. Because it also includes the snakehead animal head, a national treasure of China that has been lost for countless spring and autumn periods. This is like a chain reaction, one link after another, and it will soon become a household name throughout China. At this moment in the Western forums, almost every circle is discussing this matter. The popularity has soared to the point where it has even surpassed elections and festival activities in many places. Almost all channels that can obtain information, no matter what they were doing before, are now focusing on this press conference without exception. However, everyone's attitude towards this matter was surprisingly unified. Almost no one believed that these family heads did it voluntarily and that it was a heartfelt act after repentance. What do you think about this matter? Do you really believe that they will voluntarily return these treasures? Bullshit. Only those little brats would believe it. Why hold a press conference? Anyone with a discerning eye can see what the purpose is. They are just returned like this. The value of these things is inestimable. I really don't understand. What on earth is going on? The number of posts in the forum is increasing every minute, but they are all discussing this matter. In addition to the behavior of these family heads, people are also starting to pay more attention to Mr. Ye mentioned by those family heads. And this matter is suspicious in the first place. Who is this Mr. Ye? How could he let these family heads do this voluntarily? Chapter 348 Idol. This person must be someone of high status. I think this is a threat. The only thing these family heads can do is let go of these cultural relics. TSK, Mr. Yi, this must be a Chinese, but this can explain a lot of things. At the same time, compared to the various opinions and constant suspicions in Western forums, the Chinese people were so excited after learning about the return of cultural relics, and they admired Mr. Yi mentioned in the news. This is amazing. Who on earth is Mr. Yi? He turned the tide by himself and brought back all these national treasures. Humph. I don't believe these guys can return these treasures obediently. What teachings and regrets? They are just a way for them to save face. It must be due to pressure, but I think it's well done. It's time to make these guys bleed. When people across China learned about this incident, they were very proud and refreshed. While expressing their feelings about this incident one after another in the forum, they also silently thanked the mysterious Mr. Yi in their hearts. However, the people in China who were most shocked by this incident were the archaeologists and antique dealers. The moment they saw the news, they subconsciously thought that it was just a fake news. However, after finding out the truth of the source of the incident, this group of people were completely dumbfounded and deeply shocked. This was undoubtedly a magnitude 10 earthquake for them. Immediately afterwards, in Tianjin, China, the elites from the archaeological and antique circles held a joint meeting, and most of the circles were present. This group of old scholars who usually are fascinated by historical antiquities are now as happy as children, with their hands and feet shaking with excitement. This is of great significance to them. With these cultural relics and national treasures returning to the country, it not only represents the dignity of the Chinese land, but also can fill in the gaps in history through these cultural relics. At the meeting, everyone was looking at the list of cultural relics that were about to be returned. The more they looked, the more shocked they were, and they immediately started discussing it. Oh my God! This is really not easy. Many of the things here were lost during the dark years. They have always been our regrets. Many of the items here are first-class cultural relics. After they are received, they can be returned to the Forbidden City. Yeah. The most exciting thing is that there are actually snake heads and animal heads in here. I really didn't expect that. This list brought them too many surprises. Not only because of the snake head and animal head, but also many other national treasures. It can be seen how huge the collections of these family heads are. In the West, after several family heads held a press conference, they immediately contacted China. After discussions, they immediately sent these cultural relics by expedited logistics. The next day, at the airport in Tianjin, China, a transport plane carried these cultural relics back to their homeland. The experts and scholars who went to the meeting yesterday, as well as the staff of the museum, have now come here to carry out the handover work. Although it was a free return, the Chinese side still conducted a careful inspection during the receiving process and checked each item one by one according to the contents on the list. After checking that everything was correct, the staff then carried out proper transfer and further processing. During this process, the inspection process was still fully recorded by reporters and media. After the on-site work was completed, the director of the China Museum and the professor of the Cultural Relics Bureau also accepted interviews from reporters. Their happy smiles were enough to prove their mood at the moment. Excuse me, did our handover work go smoothly today? What do you think about what happened today? No problem, everything is fine, all the artifacts on the list are back. The two of them smiled and nodded, their hearts were excited, and then they generously expressed their feelings in front of the camera. We are very happy now, and I believe the audience watching the live broadcast feel the same way as we do, because this is the largest return of cultural relics in Chinese history. We also ask everyone to rest assured that after this, we will properly store these cultural relics to ensure their best protection, and we will also consider holding an exhibition in the future. But before that, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Ye on behalf of all our staff. Although we don't know your specific name and identity, we have seen your contribution. At the same time, there was a lot of discussion on the Huaxia forum, but everyone was also admiring this unknown Mr. Ye. But at this moment, a post on one of the forums completely attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, I seem to have heard of this Mr. Ye. You must all know his identity. He is the same person who released the Qingling potion. What? After this news broke out, it quickly caused a huge storm on the already turbulent internet, and people now had even more respect for Mr. Ye. Oh my god. It's this person. I guessed this when I heard the last name Ye, but I didn't expect it to be true. With the Qingling potion and so many cultural relics, Mr. Ye is truly an unparalleled talent. This is what a true idol is. Such a contribution is enough to be remembered by history. Here, Ye Xuan and a few little girls were also watching the interview on TV in the manner. The little girls also had excitement on their faces at this moment. They clenched their fists and focused their eyes on the interview on TV. After all, in addition to Ye Xuan, they also contributed a lot here. To be honest, Ye Xuan didn't say anything at that time, but after hearing what the little guys said, the family heads broke out in cold sweats and finally made this decision reluctantly. Okay, let's go. At this time, Wang Xinyao packed up the children's things, changed their clothes, and walked over to Ye Xuan and the little ones. Yesterday I also promised a few little ones to take them for a walk in the city. After all, this is a place known as the capital of romance, and it would be a pity if we don't go out for a walk when we come here. Yeah. When the children heard what Wang Xinyao said, they jumped up from the sofa, and the interview had just ended. Chapter 349 Interesting. Well, let's go. Ye Xuan watched this scene, turned off the TV, stood up, and followed Wang Xinyao and the children outside. After getting on the Rolls-Royce, they drove directly towards the city. Although this place is still a little distance away from the city, the scenery along the way is quite nice. The children leaned against the window, admiring the scenery outside. Their eyes seemed as clear as the surrounding scenery, with a glow of innocence and curiosity. Walking on the wide road outside the city, the flowing river is sparkling, and in the wide fields of the farms along the road, there are horses leisurely grazing on the grass, and there are farmers who are chatting leisurely with a glass of wheat beer after a busy day. After walking for a while, everyone's vision gradually became wider. There were many more buildings on the roadside, and gradually there were some people living there. These enclosed local traditional buildings are ancient and solemn, and seem to still faintly echo the church. But after entering the city, these distinctive buildings began to increase in number, neon lights flickered between the blue sidewalks, trams and newsstands appeared in the middle of the intersection from time to time, and the lively atmosphere began to spread over the city. The little ones looked at the architectural styles and city landscapes that they had never seen before, and were infected by the exotic customs. They looked excitedly at the things they had never seen before, and wished they could all be recorded in their minds. After getting off the bus, a few little ones ran down happily first, raised their little heads and looked at everything around them, just like little elves longing to grow wings so as to take in all the beautiful scenery under the sky. Ye Xuan stretched out his hand like a gentleman, gently held Wang Xinyao's hand, and slowly got out of the car. After closing the car door, Ye Xuan flipped his hand, and a bright red rose appeared out of thin air in his hand. He handed it to Wang Xinyao beside him gently and gracefully. "Ma'am, this rose is for you." "Ah! How magical!" Wang Xinyao was startled by this scene. She covered her mouth and looked at Ye Xuan's actions in disbelief. Her face was red. She was very surprised by this sudden romance. "Thank you, husband." After taking the rose, Wang Xinyao smiled sweetly, closed her eyes and sniffed it gently. The elegant and refreshing floral fragrance filled her ears and nose. But this scene not only made Wang Xinyao feel romantic, it also stunned the little guys. They all thought it was magic, and quickly threw themselves into Ye Xuan's arms, looking at Ye Xuan eagerly, and began to act coquettishly. "Dad, you are so awesome. Are these roses also ours?" "I want one too, Dad. Can you make one for us?" "It's magic, isn't it, Dad? Can I have the pink one?" Ye Xuan was suddenly hugged by these little guys and sighed helplessly. How could this be magic? How could he perform it again? "No more, this is just one." "Ah." When they heard Ye Xuan say that there was only one flower, the little guys pouted and felt a little empty in their hearts. "Okay, Dad isn't here to be a street magician, let's go play in the square out front." Seeing the little guys pouting and looking aggrieved, Ye Xuan smiled dotingly and pointed to the wide square in front. "Oh well." The children nodded angrily, put their hands in their pockets depressedly, and followed Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao towards the square in front. "Oh my god! Why are there so many pigeons here? So cute!" As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the square, the children were attracted by the many pigeons in front of them. They immediately forgot about the roses and ran forward. "Don't run away, little pigeon. Can you let me touch you? He, we will be gentle. Their feathers are so white." A few little guys came to the corner of the square full of pigeons while muttering to themselves. But what they didn't expect was that the pigeons who heard their footsteps and shouts were frightened, and quickly spread their wings, creating a breeze, and flew towards another deserted place ahead. "Ah! Why did they all run away? That's right, don't they like us? We are so cute and passionate." Seeing the pigeons flying away, the little guys suddenly felt a little lonely. They pouted their lips and looked at the flying pigeons, and began to doubt themselves. Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao saw this scene from behind and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These little guys are so adorable. "Ha, your movements are too big, they must have been scared." Ye Xuan walked up with a smile, rubbed the children's heads comfortingly, and gave them an idea. "How about this, don't you have some cookies with you? Take some out and give them to them, maybe they will like you. Is this really okay?" The children looked at Ye Xuan doubtfully, but they wanted to get close to these cute pigeons, so they tried to take out the biscuits they had on them, crushed them, held them in their hands, and slowly walked forward. The pigeons that were scared away just now seemed to smell the aroma of the biscuits. Their cute little heads instantly looked towards the little guys and caught sight of the biscuits in their hands. But after all, they had just been frightened, so the pigeons were obviously a little hesitant. But after hesitating for a while, they finally couldn't stand the aroma of the biscuits and flew towards the little guys. "Dad, they are coming." The expectant eyes of the little ones instantly turned into surprise, and they jumped and looked at Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao behind them. "Shoo, don't scare them again." Seeing this, Wang Xinyao smiled and made a hushing gesture. The little ones immediately understood and their voices and movements became much quieter. These pigeons were not polite at all. Since they often played in this square, they were not that afraid of people. Under the attack of the biscuits, they flew around the little guys. "Hey, let me give you something delicious to eat." Ye Xuan looked at the little pigeons looking at her feet with joy, and gently threw some biscuit crumbs, and the pigeons immediately began to peck at the food happily. A lot of pigeons were also attracted around the other little guys, and they followed Ye Xuan's example and slowly scattered the biscuits in their hands on the ground. Chapter 350 Kindness. Looking at these white or gray pigeons eating biscuits around them, the children's attention was drawn to them. Just watching their movements was very interesting. "Eat quickly, if you're not satisfied, I have more." These are our favorite cookies. You must eat them all and don't waste them. They are so cute, I really want to get one. When looking at these pigeons, the children all had the same idea in their minds. They wanted to take one home to raise and feed it every day. I won't throw it on the ground, you can only eat it from my hand. At this moment, Ye Xuan on the side did not throw away the biscuits in his hand, but held them in his palm, trying to lure these greedy pigeons. But this method is indeed good. Some pigeons that came later and did not get to eat the biscuits all flew towards Ye Xuan's arm. Some of them stayed on her palms, some stayed on her sleeves, and began to grow big. Giggle, giggle, it's so itchy. Ye Xuan suddenly felt his palms itchy. These pigeons were very cautious and only pecked at the biscuits lightly, but it made Ye Xuan burst out laughing. Looking at the innocent looks of the children, Wang Xinyao trotted over and followed them, feeding the pigeons together with the children. Ye Xuan watched the scene with a smile on his side. The family looked particularly warm in this picture. It seems like they really like these pigeons. Looking at Wang Xinyao and these little guys happily wandering among the pigeons, Ye Xuan sighed with a smile. Ye Xuan took out her cell phone and snapped a few photos to record this warm and romantic scene. These will also be their beautiful memories in the years to come. After feeding the pigeons in the square for a while and then playing for a while, Ye Xuan looked at the streets on the other side and looked at the little guy walking beside him and still talking about the pigeons. Come on, stop thinking about your pigeons and let's go check out the store over there. Great. Let's go shopping. The children looked in the direction of Ye Xuan's finger and noticed the many shops of different styles in that street. Their eyes suddenly lit up and they swarmed towards the shops. Let's go. Mom and Dad, hurry up too. Let's compete to see who arrives first. We must have been here first. Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao, who were walking in front, were suddenly left behind by these little guys. They felt helpless. These little guys really can't stop once they come out. After playing for a while, the little guys were a little tired. After running a few steps, they returned to Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao. It seems like you guys should get some exercise. Ye Xuan glanced at the panting little ones and gently pinched their faces, while Wang Xinyao took out a tissue and wiped the sweat off their faces. Then, everyone slowed down and walked slowly onto the street here. These are places that sell famous brand perfumes. It is a sight that you can often see in this city known for its romance. As they walked, the little ones saw a shop. They suddenly stopped and looked up at an old man leaning against the door of the shop. The uncle is the store manager here, and he is a Chinese. Seeing the little guys looking at him, he also showed a kind smile. Girls, do you want to come in and take a look? Uncle, you are Chinese. When the children heard the familiar accent, they couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing people from their own country in a foreign country, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, seeing that the decoration inside the store was very elegant, the little ones also became interested and wanted to go in and take a look. But before they could agree to the store manager, the little ones looked at Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao, who were a little further away. For a moment, they were a little hesitant. They wanted to go in and take a look, but they also wanted to catch up with their parents quickly. After hesitating for a while, the little guys were at a loss and could only shake their heads regretfully at the store manager. Thank you, uncle. We won't come in. Our parents are still in front. Goodbye, uncle, I will come back to visit China when I have time. No, uncle, we'll leave first. With innocent and lovely smiles, the children politely declined the store manager and turned to chase Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao in front of them. Girls, wait a minute. The more the store manager looked at these little guys, the more he liked them. He quickly called them over, then took out a bottle of beautifully packaged perfume and gently sprayed it on the children. Uncle will spray some perfume on you, so that you can look like real little princesses. After finishing, the store manager nodded lovingly and waved at the little ones with a smile. Okay, hurry up, girls. If you have the chance, you must come and take a look at Uncle's shop. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Uncle, your perfume smells so good, I really like the scent. Goodbye, Uncle, we're going to chase Mom and Dad first. At this time, the little ones were even more fond of the store manager, but seeing their parents walking away, they had no choice but to catch up quickly. These girls are so pretty. Their cute looks are so adorable. The store manager was also happy when he saw the children running hard. It seemed that his mood had improved a lot since he saw these children. On this side, the little guys ran for a while and then returned to Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao. Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao looked at them running over and were about to ask them what they had been doing, but suddenly they smelled the perfume coming from them. What's going on? Who made the perfume for you little guys? For a moment, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyo were a little confused and quickly asked the little guys what had just happened. It's like this, Dad. We just saw a very nice shop, and the owner is also a Chinese. He was very nice to us and even sprayed us with perfume. Hee, and that uncle even said we are little princesses. Dad, this is the first time we meet people from our country here. It feels so friendly. Chapter 351 Same style. The children then briefly explained what had just happened. Ye Xuan listened to them and glanced towards the shop at the back. Why don't we go back and take a look, and say hello to them? Wang Xinyo looked at Ye Xuan and felt that since everyone was so enthusiastic, they should go over and take a good look at him. Besides, he was their compatriot. Okay, I thought so too. Ye Xuan touched his chin and nodded, then turned back with the children to meet the boss. Girls, why are you back? The store manager was sitting inside the store to take a rest when he suddenly saw a few little kids walking in excitedly. He quickly stood up to greet them enthusiastically. Hello again, Uncle. Our parents are here too. Oh. Is that so? The store manager nodded, and then saw Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyo who walked in. Hello, we are the parents of these children. Did we cause you any trouble just now? Ye Xuan walked forward with a smile and stretched out his hand. The store manager was not vague and shook hands with Ye Xuan with a smile. It's okay, these girls are very polite and very likable. The store manager winked at the children, then looked at Ye Xuan and the other person in front of him and sighed. Oh. It's better to be close to one's own people. Yeah, the kids just said that, and we wanted to come over and take a look too. After chatting for a few sentences, the two sides got to know each other. The store manager was a Chinese who had been doing business here for many years and rarely had the opportunity to return to his country. Therefore, when compatriots come in, the store manager will give them discounts and likes to chat with them. This time, we met some little ones. The manager was no exception and he loved children very much, so he thought of spraying some perfume on them. How about it, girls? Does the perfume Uncle sprayed on you just now smell good? Smiling kindly, the store manager squatted down and looked at the little ones who were watching around the counter. It smells good. I love this smell. Uncle's perfume is really good. This smells so fresh. Thank you, Uncle, we love it. When the children talked about this perfume, they couldn't help but get excited. They really liked this alluring scent. As long as you like it, just wait. The store manager nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then walked to the counter behind him. After searching for a while, he found 2 unopened bottles of the same perfume and brought them back to the little guys. These are for you, take them. The store manager handed the perfume in his hand to the little ones with a smile, but the children were a little embarrassed and shook their heads quickly. No, Uncle, thank you so much, but we can't take it. How about we buy a few bottles, Uncle? This really isn't a good idea. Thank you very much, Uncle, but we can't accept it. The children rejected the shop owner's kindness one after another, and Ye Xuan also shook his head. That's not good. You're also doing business here. We'll just pay you whatever you want. It's okay, we are all Chinese, it's nothing. The store manager smiled and waved his hand when he heard this, but still insisted on stuffing the perfume into the hands of the little ones. Besides, you girls are so sensible, let this be your uncle's greeting gift to you. Then we'll take it. Thank you so much, manager. Seeing that the store manager insisted on giving the perfume to the little ones enthusiastically, Ye Xuan didn't say anything more, and then took the children to thank the store manager together. The store manager didn't think much of these bottles of perfume, he just thought that the children liked them. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while in the store and had a great time. How about this, let's have lunch together at noon. Ye Xuan never forgot to find an opportunity to thank the store manager, so he took this opportunity to invite the store manager to have lunch together. Uncle, we are all Chinese. We finally met. Why don't you have a meal with us? That's right, Uncle. We can keep in touch often. We'll have a chance to meet again when you return to China. Uncle, just agree to it. We won't order any food here, so just follow us. The little guys were also smart at this time, and followed Ye Xuan to invite the store manager. Okay then. The store manager had no choice but to agree to have dinner with everyone. Since there was no business at the moment anyway, the manager handed over the store affairs to other employees, and then went with everyone to find a restaurant nearby. However, the store manager did not drink and informed everyone on the way that he had to discuss business in the afternoon. But while everyone was still eating and chatting, the manager's phone suddenly rang. He looked at everyone apologetically and answered the call. "Manager, there's an accident. The driver just crashed the car." "What?" Upon hearing this shocking news, the store manager's expression suddenly changed and he was caught off guard. The store manager was really helpless. What should he do? He had to go to discuss business in the afternoon. Why did this happen? What about the driver? Is he okay? The person is fine, but the car can't be driven anymore. The store manager rubbed his temple and hurriedly asked about the driver. Fortunately, the driver was fine, just had some minor scratches, but the vehicle was seriously damaged. "Okay, I'll think of another way." After understanding the situation, the store manager had no choice but to hang up the phone. After thinking for a while, the store manager was really at a loss. Westerners attach great importance to status, and cars are also a direct way to show status. If I need to borrow a car temporarily now, it's not too late, but if the grade is not good enough, I'm afraid this deal will fail. "What's wrong, store manager? What happened?" Ye Xuan observed the store manager's expression, then frowned and asked what was going on. "Alas, my driver crashed the car. It's not a big deal, but it happened at this critical moment. It just so happens that I have to go out to discuss business this afternoon, so now I'm going to see if I can borrow someone's car." The store manager sighed in distress, briefly explained the matter to Ye Xuan, and then opened his address book to contact someone to borrow a car. "Don't ask, I'll just lend you my car." When Ye Xuan heard this, he didn't think much about it and decided to lend his car to the store manager. After all, Ye Xuan couldn't just sit back and watch because of other people's attitude towards the little guys and compatriots, not to mention that he had just given them something. Chapter 352 Gratitude. Isn't this not good? The store manager, who was about to make a call, looked at Ye Xuan. Although he knew that the other party wanted to help him, he was somewhat embarrassed. He appreciated the good intention, but his business was not such that he could negotiate for just any car. He didn't look down on Ye Xuan. He just thought that he was just here to bring his children for sightseeing. Even if he rented a car, it wouldn't be too expensive, right? "Don't worry, my car is big enough for you to do business. I'll contact the driver now." Ye Xuan smiled, knowing what the other person was thinking. He then called the driver and asked him to drive over and take the store manager there. Oh well. Seeing Ye Xuan like this, the store manager didn't say anything more. He gritted his teeth and simply agreed. Afterwards, everyone finished their lunch and rested for a while before leaving the restaurant. But as soon as the manager walked out of the restaurant, he was completely stunned the next second, staring at the Rolls-Royce parked in front of him in silence. This is a custom-made extended version of Rolls-Royce. It is so much higher than the ordinary models. He never dreamed that there would be such a car? "Get in the car, manager. Don't delay the business." Ye Xuan looked at the store manager and smiled indifferently. The driver came down, opened the door, and invited the store manager to get in the car. Okay, thank you so much." The store manager was completely stunned. He nodded woodenly and got into the car carefully. Soon, the driver took the store manager to the door of the designated address, where several Western bosses were waiting with their cars parked beside them, looking extremely arrogant. "What's this?" However, at this moment, several bosses suddenly saw a customized extended version of Rolls-Royce driving towards them. They shuddered all over and were stunned. "Oh my god, who on earth is this person? This is a custom-made extended version of Rolls-Royce. This person must be extremely important. I've never seen anyone driving a car like this here. God, what kind of horrible existence is this?" As several people exclaimed, they all felt that their cars became dim in an instant. But as everyone's attention was focused on the Rolls-Royce, the store manager opened the car door and got out. After waving to the driver, he turned and walked towards the bosses. Boom! The bosses who saw this scene were even more frightened. They might have guessed many possibilities, but they never thought that the person who walked down was the manager of the perfume shop. "Manager Lee, you are here. I've heard a lot about you, Manager Lee. Please come in." Manager Lee is so cool and capable, he is truly a rare talent. At this time, several Western CEOs were shocked, but they hurried over to greet him. They all changed their attitude to welcome him, and the arrogance they had just shown was long gone. The store manager looked at the attitudes of the few people and couldn't help but sigh, and was extremely grateful to Ye Xuan. After that, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao took the children for a further stroll, saw more of the surrounding landscapes, and took many photos of the children. The little guys waited until the sunset was about to disappear in the distant horizon before they felt satisfied and took the car back to the manor to rest. In the next few days, Ye Xuan and his group didn't have anything else to do. They basically took the kids to stroll around the west and visited all the places the kids wanted to go. Is there anywhere else we haven't been? A few days later, the little ones were checking the computer in the manor, looking for places they had not been to yet. But the group has not stopped in the past few days. They have basically gone to all the places they can go. There are no places left. Even if there are, they are not very interested in them. What's wrong? Haven't you found it yet? Ye Xuan came up with a cup of tea and looked happily at the children lying in front of the computer. Dad, we can't seem to find where to go. Yeah. We've also thrown away some interesting ones nearby. How about Dad, let's go home. Ye Xuan pursed her lips and suddenly missed her homeland China. After all, she had been playing outside for a long time and had already vaguely wanted to go back. After Ye Xuan proposed this idea, the other girls all looked at Ye Xuan eagerly, and had almost the same idea in their minds. Do you all think so? Ye Xuan nodded and asked for the opinions of other children, intending to make a decision after asking. Yes, Dad, let's go back. Not only Ye Xuan, the children also felt homesick at this moment. Ye Xuan did not hesitate and immediately agreed to the requests of the little ones. In fact, it's not just a few children. Wang Xinyao once told herself that after staying outside for so long, it would be a lie to say that she didn't want to go home. Anyway, she had played in all the places that should be played, so she had no regrets. Okay, let's get ready and go back tomorrow. Great. We can go home now. When the children saw Ye Xuan agreed, they immediately became excited and ran around the room. Seeing the little guys so happy, Ye Xuan smiled, then waved to Longshire, who was sitting nearby, to rest, and asked him to hurry up and book a charter flight. On the same night, the heads of major Western families also received news that Ye Xuan and others were preparing to return to China. The moment they heard the news, almost all the family heads were stunned, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the family heads did not waste any time and quickly notified the senior members of the family, informing them that Ye Xuan and others would be returning to China tomorrow morning, and asked everyone to go to the airport to see Mr. Yi off. Mr. Yi is going back to China. Afterwards, the top leaders soon learned the news that Ye Xuan and others were about to return home, and they immediately felt happy in their hearts. However, there was a hint of indescribable complexity in their joyful expressions. Recalling the various things that happened during this period of time, they were worried every moment, as if a sword was hanging over their heads, making them unable to eat or sleep well. Just knowing that Ye Xuan had come to the Western land was enough to make them feel an unbearable sense of oppression and palpitations. Now, hearing this news, they can finally feel a little relieved. At the same time, the other clan leaders were also making arrangements without delay. Although Ye Xuan and others were about to leave, no one dared to neglect them. Chapter 353 Fun. Compared to the major families who are now busy arranging farewells for tomorrow, the atmosphere in the manor here seems much more relaxed. After finishing dinner, the children sat on the sofa and began to look at the recently taken photos one by one, which contained many beautiful memories of theirs. There are landscape photos, funny photos of them playing, and even family photos. Looking at any of the photos, the children can't help but cover their mouths and smile, as if they are also swimming in memories. When they had finished looking at most of the photos, the girls started to pack their luggage, which contained souvenirs and postcards they had collected from various places, as well as the perfume that the store manager had given them. After all the preparations were done, the children felt a little tired, so they skipped downstairs and sat next to Ye Xuan. Leaning in Ye Xuan's arms, the children were looking forward to what would happen after returning to China. They couldn't help but think of the cultural relics that had just returned to China not long ago, and they all looked at Ye Xuan in excitement. Dad, can we go see those cultural relics after we return home? We haven't even had a good look at those cultural relics yet, so we don't know what's happening to them now. Dad, do you think these cultural relics are well protected? Ye Xuan was drinking tea and watching the news. Seeing the children clamoring about those cultural relics, he nodded at them lovingly. Okay, Dad promises you that when we return home, I will take you to see it. Oh yeah. Dad is so nice. The children nodded happily, thinking that they had contributed a lot to sending those cultural relics back, and they felt very happy. Then they took the initiative to pull Ye Xuan along, thinking about going to bed early. In addition to wanting to return to China as soon as possible, they were also more concerned about the cultural relics. Not long after they went to bed, they fell into a deep sleep. When Ye Xuan saw these little guys sleeping soundly, he smiled and gently pinched their chubby little faces. This time, they were the ones clamoring to go to bed early, which Ye Xuan found quite interesting. At this moment, Wang Xinyao and the children were all sleeping soundly beside him. Ye Xuan also yawned, his eyelids drooped and he fell asleep. Then, on the next morning, because they had to go to the airport early, Ye Xuan and others did not stay in bed for long. After getting up, they packed up and took a car to the airport with their luggage. Under a luxury chartered plane at the airport, a group of family heads and senior executives had arrived early and were greeting each other, waiting for Ye Xuan and others to arrive. Alas, this is really not easy. During the time that Mr. Yi was in the West, I also felt uneasy and restless. There's nothing we can do. After all, this isn't someone else. But it's good that this is going to happen. We can finally relax for a while. I hope Mr. Yi won't come here so often unless he has something to do. Every time he comes, my heart will get sick. If he comes more often, I won't need him to do anything else and I'll be on my way. Talking about what happened during this period, these family heads and senior executives felt very aggrieved. They clearly did nothing wrong, but they felt like they were walking on thin ice every day, fearing that disaster would strike them at any time. But now everything is finally fine. No matter what, Ye Xuan is going back. At least it will give them some time to recuperate. They don't have to walk on the edge of a knife every day like before. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on everyone's face, and a feeling of relief suddenly rose in their hearts. At this moment, Ye Xuan and others just arrived at the airport. The head of the family and the senior executives hurried to greet them. They kept calling them Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi, and they almost wanted to bend their waists to 90 degrees. Mr. Yi, why are you leaving? Why don't you just stay and play for a few more days? Please stay a little longer, Mr. Yi. We haven't treated you well yet. Mr. Yi, if you come again next time, please tell us as soon as possible so that we can prepare to welcome you. I have to say, these people are really ridiculous. They were looking forward to the departure of Ye Xuan, this big Buddha, every day, but when he really had to leave, they started saying such things. He. Watching this dramatic scene, Long is sneered at the side, thinking that these guys were really good at pretending. He wondered if they would feel ironic when they saw him like this. Ye Xuan did not say anything, he just looked at these family heads calmly and shook his head. His meaning was very clear. Forehead. The enthusiasm of the family heads just now did not receive any response, and they felt a little embarrassed. After swallowing their saliva, they took out the gifts they had prepared and respectfully presented them to Ye Xuan. You are leaving now, and we haven't had time to prepare properly. I hope you can accept these small gifts, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, this is also a token of our appreciation, please accept it. Yes, these are just some small gadgets or something, but your daughters should like them. The things sent by these family heads were naturally not trivial things. These were things planned to be given to Ye Xuan, and no one dared to neglect them. So even if these are small gifts, they are all rare jewelry, antiques, etc. Any one of them is priceless. Ye Xuan casually glanced at these exquisitely wrapped gifts. They really were nothing to him, but thinking that the little ones might be a little bored on the plane, and this was just a good opportunity for them to kill time, he accepted them. Okay, I'll take it then. After receiving the gifts, Ye Xuan and his group didn't waste any time and boarded the chartered plane. The family heads below watched Ye Xuan and his group go up, and then they sealed the hatch and breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, no one dared to speak carelessly. As for the others, they all thought about it in their hearts, and then quickly called their tribesmen to go back. At this moment, they didn't want to think about anything anymore. They just wanted to take a good bath and have a good sleep after returning home to celebrate this hard-earned peace. At the same time, the little girls on the plane were unpacking the gifts they had just received, which added some fun to their dull and boring flight time. Chapter 354, Blazing. At least no matter whether they like these things or not, the process of revealing the mystery is very enjoyable for them. Moreover, these family heads are also smart people. They know that no matter what they give, Ye Xuan will not care at all. Instead, they all consider the children, and most of the gifts are in line with the children's wishes. The plane is still flying towards the sky of China. It will take a long time and it will not arrive in a moment. And in Tianjin, some archaeological experts and leading figures in the cultural relics world gathered together. On normal days, the academics and the unconventionals would never give each other a good look, but this time, everyone's attention was surprisingly focused. Looking at these donated items in front of them, no one is not excited. They are observing these cultural relics with magnifying glasses and other tools, cleaning the stained areas and repairing the damaged areas. Even though the thick lenses of their glasses were covered with dust, these old scholars were still meticulous and looked at these cultural relics with focused expressions, with all their attention focused on them. Others may just know that these are cultural relics, but they, more than anyone else, know the value of these things. While they are working, they often express their heartfelt emotions. Alas! This is really not easy. These things that have been lost for who knows how many years can finally be considered to have returned. Well, they are all priceless treasures of our China. Not only have they witnessed the passage of time, but they also leave behind precious traces of history. Oh, this is really amazing. Who on earth could make those guys donate these treasures willingly? As they talked, everyone couldn't help but talk about the man in the news. They were filled with awe, and a bright and majestic image immediately emerged in their minds. Think about it, in the past decade or so, there have been people who have brought national treasures and cultural relics from overseas back to their homeland, but compared with this feat, they are nothing. Even though they spent a huge sum of money, they only got back one or two slightly representative cultural relics. However, without paying any price, the heads of those big Western families gave up all their treasures. This domineering and heroic spirit, as well as the contributions made to China, are worthy of being remembered and worthy of being praised by the younger generations. Everyone, I just got some great news. Mr. Ye is coming to see these cultural relics. While everyone was still sighing, one of the professors had just received the news that Ye Xuan and others were coming. His gray beard was trembling slightly, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Mr. Ye? After hearing what the professor said, many people looked at him in confusion, not quite understanding what was going on. This don't you know? The professor looked at the people with puzzled faces in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaimed. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember it for a moment. Everyone shook their heads in confusion, and the professor also shook his head repeatedly, thinking that these people really seemed to know nothing. Oh my God! You don't even know this. Do you really only care about cultural relics and nothing else? Let me tell you, this person is the publisher of the Qingling potion, and the things we are clearing out were also given up by those big Western families under his coercion. You should also be able to imagine that those guys spent a lot of money on these cultural relics. If it weren't for Mr. Ye's connections, how could such a stingy guy give all of these to you? Boom! After hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment. The news was like a bolt of lightning, which struck them to pieces before they could react. And after hearing that this Mr. Ye was actually the publisher of the Qingling medicine that benefited the whole of China, his heart twitched continuously, and he was shocked and surprised to the extreme. Oh my God! I didn't expect Mr. Ye to be the biggest contributor to this wave of cultural relics returning to China. It's incredible. The Qingling potion plus these national treasures, this achievement is truly timeless. Then let's go and greet them right away. One of the younger men heard this and said excitedly that he would go to greet Ye Xuan first, and looked at the other people around him eagerly. Okay. Let's go. Let's go together. We must go to pick up Mr. Ye. Mr. Ye's contribution is really huge. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. For a moment, the other people also became excited, clamoring to go and greet Ye Xuan, and all put down the work in their hands. Seeing this, the old professor helplessly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to everyone with both anger and amusement. Oh my! Why are you in such a hurry? Mr. Ye just flew back from the west. It will take him a long time to come back. This. We were really a little too excited here. We were so careless. Oh, that's how it is. Let's get back to work then. Everyone who heard this felt a little awkward for a moment, and they smiled happily at each other, then continued with the cleaning and repair work at hand. As the restoration work was proceeding in an orderly manner, a bright moon quietly appeared in the sky over Tianjin. Everyone's work was almost completed, and they were originally planning to find a place to celebrate, but thinking that they had to go to meet Ye Xuan the next day, they changed their plans temporarily and went home to rest. After one of the old experts came back, her lovely granddaughter, who was blinking at him mischievously, walked up to him and asked with concern. Grandpa, you're done. Well, these cultural relics are well protected. There are quite a few damaged ones that need to be dealt with, but the overall difficulty is not very great. That's great. Go to bed early, Grandpa. The granddaughter felt relieved when she heard this, but even though the old expert had been busy all day, he was still in high spirits, which made her somewhat confused. "Grandpa, why do you look so energetic today? Is there any good news?" I really can't hide anything from you." After a kind smile, a hint of heartfelt respect and enthusiasm suddenly appeared in the old expert's eyes. Chapter 355 All here. "It's like this, I'm going to pick someone up tomorrow, along with your grandfathers." "No way, Grandpa, who is it that deserves so many of you to go?" The granddaughter pouted her lips, and couldn't help but feel confused. Who on earth was this person? How could he have such great power that he was worthy of being greeted by so many big shots? What people here don't know is that this Mr. Ye had already developed the Qingling potion a long time ago, and then provided it to everyone in China for free. Now, he has even used his own strength to make those big Western families give up these cultural relics. The old expert happily introduced everything to his granddaughter, feeling very emotional in his heart, and couldn't help but look forward to what would happen tomorrow morning. This is amazing. He is simply a super idol. After hearing this, the granddaughter was shocked. She looked at her grandfather with her watery eyes and asked expectantly, "Then Grandpa, when you go to greet Mr. Yi, can you help me get an autograph? I really admire him." This is not good. Although this didn't sound like an excessive request, the old expert still shook his head. After all, in such a situation, no one knew how many people would come to greet them. At that time, it would be inappropriate for an old man like me to suddenly go up and ask for an autograph. Oh well. The granddaughter felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but she also knew that there was nothing she could do about it, so she nodded. Early the next morning, the experts who had been busy for a long time yesterday still got up early and came to the airport in advance to prepare to welcome Ye Xuan and his group who were landing. At the same time, Ye Xuan on the plane saw that they were about to arrive at Tianjin Airport, so he woke up Wang Xinyo and the children who were sleeping soundly on their comfortable seats covered with thin blankets. After waking up, they found out that they were almost there. They all looked at the scenery below with surprise, then got ready and waited for landing. With a feeling of weightlessness, the plane finally flew down from above the clouds. After a while, it landed steadily at Tianjin Airport. "We're here." Seeing that the children could not wait any longer, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyo helped them unbuckle their seatbelts, and they all walked down to the ground carrying their luggage. "Yeah, we're finally back. The air in China is still more comfortable. It's much easier to breathe. Dad, are we going to see the cultural relics now?" After the children stepped firmly onto the land of China, they felt a sense of joy and belonging, but they did not forget about the cultural relics. But before Ye Xuan could say anything, the experts who had been waiting on the side all came up and greeted Ye Xuan excitedly and enthusiastically. "You must be Mr. Yi. I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I finally get to meet you in person. Mr. Yi, you are the pride of our China. It is our honor to meet you. Mr. Yi, you have worked hard. Are you used to this long flight? Is there anything we can help you with?" When the experts saw Ye Xuan, they also noticed Ye Xuan's age. No matter who they were, they would be shocked. This person is really too young. If Ye Xuan wasn't standing next to them now, they would never believe it. Are you kidding? He developed the Qingling potion and made those Western family heads return the cultural relics. How can it be easily done at such an age? Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Those treasures that originally belonged to our China were lost outside, and it was you who brought them back home. We cannot express our gratitude to you with just these pale words. Your contributions and dedication are enough for everyone in China to remember. Thank you. This time, not only did the snake head and animal heads return to their homeland, but we also brought back invaluable national treasures. You are great. After exchanging warm greetings for a while and leaving, these experts also sincerely expressed their gratitude to Ye Xuan. It's okay. I believe all Chinese people would do this. It's nothing. Ye Xuan smiled and waved his hand, but did not take credit for himself. The little ones around him looked at the experts with wide eyes and asked in a baby voice. Hello, Grandpa. Where are those cultural relics now? Can we go and have a look? Yes, we really want to see what they are like now. Grandpas, can you take us there? At this time, all the experts were attracted by the little girls. After knowing that they were Ye Xuan's daughters, they became even more fond of them and nodded lovingly. Of course. Grandpa will take you there right now. Hey, thanks Grandpa. Children, you nodded politely, and then the experts accompanied Ye Xuan and others to visit the Forbidden City. After touring the scenic area open to tourists for preview, the experts took Ye Xuan and others to a hall where these cultural relics were stored. Wow! All these cultural relics are here. As soon as the children walked into the hall, they saw the cultural relics that they had seen at the exhibitions of those family owners before. First, displayed in a square glass cabinet was the snake-headed animal head that had been lost for nearly 100 years. The other cultural relics are also properly placed here. In addition to safety, there are also dedicated people to carry out daily maintenance, and experts have also thoroughly repaired and cleaned them before. That's great. Now they are all back safely. Yeah, this is something that originally belonged to us, it's really great. They're going home, we're going home. The little girls who had been talking about these cultural relics before departure and on the plane now felt much more at ease. They happily looked around the hall and were very interested in every cultural relic here. Ye Xuan walked a little closer and watched the experts who were still restoring these scattered cultural relics. He also briefly told the little ones about the current restoration situation. Girls, look, these uncles and grandfathers are doing restoration work. Isn't this interesting? You should pay attention. Their restoration standards and techniques are quite scientific. They did not make assumptions or blindly restore the relics. Instead, they consulted ancient books to find the historical background of these relics, and then made assessments based on the current preservation status of the relics. Chapter 356 Worry. After these preliminary preparations are completed, they still have to carry out restoration experiments, starting with dealing with rust scars and broken links step by step, and meticulously restore these cultural relics to their original appearance. Although these tasks may seem a bit boring, they are of great significance. They allow us today to directly see the original appearance of cultural relics from various historical periods, which is also more conducive to preservation. Ye Xuan watched and talked to the little ones at the same time, and soon attracted the children's attention. And I have to say, this kind of restoration is already the best level today. After further careful observation, Ye Xuan nodded with satisfaction. This was indeed a restoration of a very high level. Mr. Yi actually knows so much about cultural relic restoration? The experts couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Ye Xuan's words. They all looked at Ye Xuan respectfully, their eyes full of respect. Mr. Yi, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to know these things. It's really amazing. Mr. Yi can tell our restoration method at a glance. He is truly a peerless talent. You are worthy of being Mr. Yi. I am really impressed. I have lived in this world for so long, but I have never admired anyone easily, but you are definitely one of them. Listening to everyone's praise, Ye Xuan smiled and waved his hand, then spoke seriously to the experts. I'm just saying this. You are the backbone of restoring cultural relics. We still have to rely on you for these. Mr. Yi, you are so modest. Compared with you, we are still far behind. The experts looked at Ye Xuan happily and took this opportunity to invite Ye Xuan to have dinner together. Mr. Yi, how about we have a meal together later? Yes, this is our way of welcoming you, you must come. You must come, otherwise we will feel guilty. Ye Xuan smiled, and seeing everyone was so enthusiastic, he didn't refuse and agreed immediately. Good. Originally, the experts had no idea, after all, this was Mr. Yi. When they heard the other party agree so readily, they were overjoyed. After strolling around for a while, they came to a nearby restaurant. At the dinner table, these experts who rarely drank alcohol on weekdays raised their glasses without exception, stood up and looked respectfully at Ye Xuan, who was sitting in the main seat, and toasted Ye Xuan one after another. Mr. Yi, I toast you a glass. I will always remember your achievements in my heart. You are our Chinese hero and the creator of history. I toast to you too. Mr. Yi, I'll drink first as a sign of respect, please feel free to do as you please. After finishing their respective toasts, the experts raised their glasses and drank them all. Facing these enthusiastic experts, Ye Xuan drank a glass of wine for the first time in a rare occasion. He also raised his glass to signal to everyone, and then drank it all in one gulp. Several little ones were eating the Tianjin roast duck with crispy skin and tender duck meat. Suddenly, they saw their father picking up the wine glass and drinking with these experts. They felt a little uncomfortable. Mr. Yi, where are you staying in Tianjin tonight? Why don't you come to my place, Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi, or I can go and book a hotel for you now? After a while of drinking and chatting, these experts became a little excited and started asking where Ye Xuan was staying, inviting Ye Xuan to go to their place, or helping Ye Xuan book a hotel. No need to trouble you all, we can just go to Villa number 1 of Ye Xuan Pavilion. Well, Mr. Yi, as long as you have a place to live. When the experts heard that Ye Xuan had a partner living with him, they didn't say anything else, but they always felt that what Ye Xuan said just now seemed a little wrong. What? Ye Xuan Pavilion? Or Villa number 1? For a moment, all the experts who reacted were dumbfounded. They looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief and were very surprised at the indifference on Ye Xuan's face. Who could have imagined that Mr. Yi is actually the owner of Villa number 1? Alas, it seems that our horizons are still narrow. Mr. Yi is indeed Mr. Yi. Did I hear it right? It's not just the Ye Xuan Pavilion, it's actually Villa number 1 there. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched suddenly, and the shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. As everyone knows, the Ye Xuan Pavilion is the most prestigious luxury villa area in Tianjin, and Villa number 1 is the undisputed king of buildings in Tianjin. They didn't expect that this was Mr. Yi's thing? After so many years in Tianjin, everyone knew what this meant. This building king is not something you can get just because you have money. It is not only a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of status. After finishing their meal, Ye Xuan and the others drove to Ye Xuan Pavilion and stopped directly at the gate of Villa number 1. Compared with the villa in Jilin, the villa in Tianjin appears to be more spacious and the decoration is more exquisite. The overall appearance of the villa combines European and Chinese styles. The first thing that catches everyone's eye is a spacious and comfortable courtyard. The road in the middle can drive the car all the way to the door of the main villa. The road is surrounded by flowers and plants, with gardens and pastoral landscapes, as well as exquisite sculptures and craft designs. Overall, the luxury presented by Ye Xuan number 1 villa, whether in design or texture, is worthy of its status as the king of buildings in Tianjin. After parking the car, everyone got out carrying their luggage. Ye Xuan stood at the front. After passing the human iris scanning lock at the door, the luxurious door opened automatically and everyone walked in together. After putting his things away, Ye Xuan just sat on the sofa, ready to rest for a while, but who knew that all the little guys surrounded him and looked at him worriedly. Dad, you drank alcohol today. And it was white wine. What time is this, Dad? Let me test you to see if you are drunk. Dad, you should drink less in the future. You've already drunk quite a bit today. After all, the little guys had just seen Ye Xuan drinking some wine with the experts, so they were still a little worried. Ye Jing stretched out her little hand and asked Ye Xuan if he could see clearly how many fingers there were, but Ye Xia and Ye Shi climbed directly onto Ye Xuan and gently touched his forehead and neck. Okay, don't worry, Dad won't get drunk. Ye Xuan rubbed the children's heads lovingly, and said with a smile that he would not get drunk, so the children don't have to worry about him. Chapter 357 No One Left Behind. However, what Ye Xuan couldn't have expected was that when he said this, these young people not only did not believe him, but they all frowned and looked at Ye Xuan worriedly. Dad is lying, Dad has started talking nonsense, there is no one who can't get drunk. Yeah, Dad must be really drunk. He's even started talking nonsense. Then what should we do, Sister Jingjing? Please think of a solution quickly. Just when the little guys all agreed that Ye Xuan was drunk, they had no idea what to do, so they had to look at Ye Jing, thinking that Ye Jing was the eldest sister and should have a way. How about we make a bowl of hangover soup for Dad? Ye Jing blinked her eyes and looked at the other little guys, and they immediately reached a consensus. The little guys all started clamoring to make a bowl of sobering soup for Ye Xuan. Wait a minute, Dad. Let's go make you a bowl of hangover soup. But we don't seem to be able to do it. We can look up information online. Anyway, I must let Dad drink it today. We can let Mom have a taste too. Ye Xuan didn't know how to describe his helplessness at this moment. These little guys were really amazing. I was clearly not drunk, but I still did this. How could these little guys make a hangover soup? If this was some dark dish, Ye Xuan had no idea whether he would wake up or fall asleep after drinking it. Let's go. We'll go to the kitchen and make it. Hey, you guys. Having made up their minds, the children ran towards the kitchen. Ye Xuan wanted to stop them and explain, but the little ones ran too fast and he didn't have time to stop them. How do you make this hangover soup? A few little guys stood on small stools and started rummaging in the refrigerator, but they didn't know what the ingredients for the hangover soup were. Looking at the various vegetables and meats in the refrigerator, they began to feel a little embarrassed. I found it. It's on the phone. After searching for a while on her phone, Ye Jing finally found a teaching material about hangover soup. Then let's follow what's on it. The other little guy's eyes lit up, and then they divided the work and cooperated with each other. They quickly found all the ingredients, turned on the fire, set up the pot and started cooking. There are bean sprouts, let's put them in, and there's also pepper and vinegar. Wait, Dad likes it a little spicier, let's add some chili powder. This white one should be salt, why doesn't it look smooth at all? After a while, with the amazing operation of a few little guys, a bowl of hangover soup that looked white with a hint of red, and had bubbles that were almost yellow in the red, was served in front of Ye Xuan. Dad, this is what we worked so hard to make. Drink it now. Ah, this. Looking at the things in front of him that looked like neither soup nor sauce, even Ye Xuan, who had experienced many big scenes, felt a little confused. Gritting his teeth and pinching his nose, Ye Xuan hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't stand the expectant looks of the little guys next to him, and brought the bowl to his mouth. To be honest, it really didn't taste good, it couldn't even be described as simply unpalatable, but because he knew that it was the girl's thoughtful gesture, Ye Xuan still drank it. Finally, after finishing this bowl of food, Ye Xuan's stomach was suddenly filled with the taste of life. Wow, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty, nothing was left out. After Ye Xuan finished drinking the sobering soup, the smiles on the faces of the little guys finally subsided. They looked at Ye Xuan with their big eyes and said, "Dad, you are not allowed to drink anymore." "That's right, Dad. You told us not to drink before, and now you drink it yourself. Drinking is very harmful to the body, I don't want my dad to drink." The children were talking to each other, all talking about Ye Xuan's drinking just now, and their tone was full of worry and distress. "Okay, Dad promises you that he won't drink anymore." Seeing the children like this, Ye Xuan smiled and agreed immediately. As he spoke, Long Ling walked up to Ye Xuan with some information in his hand and began to report on the situation of the Hope Project. This Hope Plan was proposed by Ye Xuan before. It is a plan to help children in mountainous areas. It has been quite some time since the plan was proposed. Master, the Hope Project has now been launched. According to the feedback from this period of time, the results are quite good. Now many children in mountainous areas have begun to enjoy the benefits brought by the plan, including education and life, as well as medical care and many other aspects. Okay, tell me in more detail, how is the implementation going? Ye Xuan nodded and was also quite concerned about this matter. Okay, Master. First, we improved the local school and the children's living environment. Here is a before and after comparison. Master, take a look. As he spoke, Long Ling took out some information from the document and handed it to Ye Xuan. Several little guys also came over to take a look with great interest. In addition, we have also made some investments in improving the teaching environment and equipment, and the teaching staff has improved a lot compared to before. In this regard, our brunch plan must be carried out smoothly in school, and the chefs we hire must strictly follow the nutrition plan, with different recipes for students of different ages. As for other subsidies, our staff are all implementing them transparently and openly, and everything is going smoothly. Long Ling continued to report the details of the situation, but as he spoke, a look of difficulty appeared on his face and he changed the subject. Master, although everything is going smoothly, the teaching resources here were backward before, and the children's enthusiasm for learning was also weak. In this regard, we set up scholarships and school stage incentives. Whether they are effective or not, it will take some time to test. Compared to other problems that can be solved financially, Long Ling is definitely not worried, but studying is related to the children's future and is a top priority, so she has to consider it carefully. Well, let's continue with this. Be strict with the teaching staff, and you can handle the rest. After thinking about it, Ye Xuan felt that Long Ling's approach was more appropriate. As for the rest, time would give them the answer. Okay, Master. Chapter 358 Caution. Long Ling agreed and then continued to report other matters. Several little ones had been listening from the beginning and were also looking at the materials that recorded the current and previous living conditions of the children in the mountainous area. Ah! The conditions for those children in the mountainous areas are so hard. Dad, they are so pitiful, we must help them. It turns out that these classrooms and houses are about to collapse. We have to get up so early and walk along the mountain road to go to school. The little guys looked at these and felt sad for the children in these mountains. They were all imagining how they would live in such an environment, but they could not feel it clearly. With compassion in their hearts, the children all looked at Ye Xuan and Long Ling seriously, clenched their fists, and firmly expressed their willingness to help them. Okay, Dad will. Ye Xuan gently stroked the heads of the little ones to comfort them. He knew that the little ones were very worried about these children in the mountains. After thinking about it, he simply suggested going to visit them in a few days. How about this? Let's go and take a look in a few days to see how these children are doing now. In addition to wanting to let the little ones see the improved lives of the children in the mountainous areas so as to not let them worry so much, Ye Xuan himself has always been thinking about this matter, and it would always be good to go and take a look. Good. Hearing that they would go and take a look in a few days, the little guys and Long Ling nodded together. After discussing the trip to the mountains, Ye Xuan turned to look at Wang Xiniao, who was sitting next to him, gently grabbed Wang Xiniao's slender little hand, and looked into Wang Xiniao's eyes lovingly. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiniao's cheeks turned slightly red after being caught off guard by Ye Xuan's sudden move. She didn't know what was going on. Xiniao, it's time to put our wedding on the agenda. Ye Xuan's eyes were filled with Wang Xiniao's shadow at this moment. His gaze was deep yet tender. He had thought a lot about the wedding during this period of time. After all, these girls were born in just one night, but the wedding has not been held yet. Ah! A wedding! Here, the girls and Long Ling were all stunned. They opened their mouths wide and looked at Ye Xuan in surprise. Hubby, this. Even Wang Xiniao was stunned at this moment. The scene of herself wearing a white wedding dress and standing with Ye Xuan immediately appeared in her mind, and her face became more and more rosy. Master, master. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I can't be left out of this. I'll take care of it. When Long Ling reacted, he was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He raised his hand and volunteered to help Ye Xuan and Wang Xiniao design a plan. Are you experienced? Ye Xuan looked at Long Ling unhappily, thinking to himself, if this girl were really allowed to take care of everything, who knows what this wedding would be like? Master, this is why you don't understand me. Although I was obsessed with finance before, I know a lot about weddings. Hearing this tone, Long Ling was still in high spirits and did not detect the worry in Ye Xuan's tone. Instead, she started to brag about herself. When I was traveling around before, I saw a lot of weddings. I've seen all kinds of weddings in all sizes, and I know a lot about them. Master, don't worry. If you leave this to me, I will definitely satisfy you and design and organize a wedding that you will never forget. Forehead. Ye Xuan's eyelids twitched suddenly. Why did he feel a little horrified after hearing these words? Dad. We have to do this together with Sister Long Ling. That's great. Mom and Dad are finally getting married. No. We have to design it together too. I have a lot of ideas. The little ones were also very excited. While cheering that their parents were going to get married, they also shouted out a lot of ideas. It's really rare for people like you to be able to attend your parents' wedding. When Long Ling saw the children's expressions, she covered her mouth and smiled, feeling that the scene looked somewhat funny. Girl, where do you get so much to say? Ye Xuan rolled his eyes and glanced at Long Ling, which made Long Ling laugh again, and he spoke with confidence. What's wrong, master? You're not allowed to say this. Okay, I'll let you do it if you say it. Ye Xuan smiled helplessly, picked up the tablet next to him, and clicked on some wedding dress style pictures saved on it. The items included are wedding dresses and suits, which are carefully selected. Taking any one of them alone will be eye-catching. Come on, this is what they helped design recently. If you want to take care of it, then start by helping to pick this. After saying that, Ye Xuan handed the tablet to them. Long Ling and the children immediately jumped up and carefully took the tablet. Wow! These are so pretty! Long Ling casually swiped through a few pictures on the tablet, and covered her mouth with her hands in excitement. Looking at these beautiful wedding dresses, her eyes were shining with deep love. This shouldn't be the case. Ye Xuan's mouth twitched. Looking at Long Ling's posture, it seemed as if he was getting married. Hey, when Mom and Dad put on these, they will be the epitome of handsome and beautiful. I love this one. This one is gorgeous. I like it so much, what should I do? I'm so confused. The children looked through the suits and wedding dresses with great interest. These suits and wedding dresses were all carefully made by Ye Xuan, and each one was so unique. Whether white or black, the suits exude elegance and handsomeness. From the overall style and details, every part is unique and ingenious. It has transcended the concept of a suit and is more like a piece of art. Looking at those exquisite wedding dresses, Long Ling and the children clapped their thighs excitedly. The texture of the velvet and silk satin, the slender and graceful trains and mesh, the layered textures, the texture was so amazing that time seemed to stand still. Simple yet exquisite, gorgeous yet elegant, beautiful yet holy, this is the best description of these wedding dresses. Looking through the wedding dresses one by one, Long Ling and the children were excited and even imagined what they would look like in them. Maybe this is the charm of wedding dresses for women. It is the warmest and most tender dream in the heart of each of them. Well, do you have any suggestions? Ye Xuan couldn't help but laugh at everyone's reactions, and then asked them what they thought. Master, we still need to wait and see. Don't be anxious. Long Ling answered casually, but his eyes were fixed on the tablet. That's right, Dad. This is very important. We must be careful. Chapter 359, Get It Done. A few little girls also stuck out their tongues at Ye Xuan, but in fact they were just dazzled by these exquisite suits and wedding dresses and had no idea what to do yet. I want to come and see too. Wang Xinyao smiled, then went over to take a look. She was also dazzled and loved every piece of them. The little ones also looked at each one carefully, not wanting to miss any details, and their eyes were full of anticipation. Then you guys take your time to look at it. I'm going to go out for a walk. Ye Xuan looked at them all watching attentively, smiled with rare ease, then stood up and walked out. Hubby, wait for me, I'm going too. Wang Xinyao, who was originally choosing a wedding dress, saw Ye Xuan walk out, and hurriedly followed him and took Ye Xuan's arm. Okay, let's go. Ye Xuan smiled slightly, looking at the beauty beside him tenderly, thinking that it won't be long before he will also be holding Wang Xinyao's arm like this, but by that time, she will be wearing a gorgeous wedding dress, and he will also be wearing a formal suit. After the two of them went out for a stroll, only a few maids and Long Ling were left watching in the house. In addition to suits and wedding dresses, there are actually quite a few diamond ring options on the tablet. The glittering diamond rings also attracted their attention, but they don't know what they are? Sister Long Ling, what is this? It looks shiny and beautiful. Sister, what are these rings engraved with? Is this also what Mom and Dad are going to use for the wedding? The children looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. So they all looked at Long Ling and asked about the meaning of these diamonds. Aha, you don't know this, right? Sister will tell you, these are called diamonds, and when they are engraved on a ring, it is called a diamond ring. Long Ling smiled proudly, and then started to give some scientific knowledge to the little ones. This diamond ring is the soul of the wedding. Diamonds represent purity and flawlessness. In a wedding, it is a symbol and testimony of love. You will then be able to see your father kneel down on one knee and gently put a diamond ring on your mother's finger, expressing the purity and sincerity of love. How about that? Isn't it romantic? When the children heard this, they nodded in sudden realization, with longing in their eyes, hoping that they could witness this sacred scene. Wow! How romantic! Hee, Mom will definitely be very happy then. Sister Long Ling, let's continue choosing wedding dresses. After chatting about diamonds for a while, the children and Long Ling turned their attention back to choosing wedding dresses and suits. After all, they were clamoring to help with the design, which was also the task Ye Xuan assigned to them. Mom and Dad, look at this. Then, everyone looked for a while and finally picked out the most satisfactory sets from the various styles of suits and wedding dresses. Just as they were about to raise their heads to share them with Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao, they realized that they were gone halfway through their words. Ah! Why are Mom and Dad gone? I didn't even notice. Are Mom and Dad out? Mom and Dad. Where are you? The little guys were stunned at first, and then began to search everywhere in the room, ignoring Long Ling who was sitting on the sofa. Long Ling gave a bitter smile, and then realized that Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao had disappeared long ago. Her mouth twisted, and she couldn't say anything. My goodness, letting them here painstakingly choose while they go out to enjoy the romance, this is really treating them as tools. While Long Ling was complaining in her heart, the children hadn't found their parents, so they came back and continued watching. Ah! I don't want to watch it anymore. My head is going to explode. Let me take a break first. Then after watching for a while, Long Ling rubbed his tired eyes, turned off the tablet and threw it aside. How about we go cook dinner, okay? After taking a break, Long Ling had some evil thoughts again and suggested cooking for the little ones. Hey, okay. The children chuckled, then readily agreed, and followed Long Ling into the kitchen. Ahem. That's almost it. Very energetic. Long Ling looked at the little ones standing in a row in front of her, neatly wearing small aprons and waterproof sleeves, nodded with satisfaction, coughed softly a few times, and began to assign tasks. Well, let's do this today. Your sister Long Ling will show you her cooking skills, and I'll be the chef, and you little guys can help me. How do you think? Okay, we'll all listen to Sister Long Ling. Several little guys nodded enthusiastically, and then began to get busy. After that, Long Ling took the children to carefully select some ingredients from the refrigerator. The children were busy washing and cutting vegetables, but when it came to preparing the ingredients and getting ready to cook, Long Ling was a little troubled. Should this sweet and sour pork ribs be sweeter or sourer? Looking at the freshly fried spare ribs in the pan with her hands folded, Long Ling, who was preparing the sweet and sour sauce, began to feel conflicted. Sister Long, I remember when Dad used to make it, he seemed to put a lot of sugar and vinegar. That's not right. I remember that Dad didn't put too much vinegar in it. It didn't taste that sour to us. You all remembered it wrong. Sister Long Ling, listen to me. You must put more vinegar. Hey! How about we add some black pepper? It will definitely taste good. Several little guys were also busy helping Long Ling come up with ideas. They first talked about the issue of sweet and sour, but then they became more and more outrageous, saying all kinds of things could be put in it. Then, I will trust you just once. Long Ling's cooking skills were not good to begin with, not even that good. She was not sure about the situation, and after being instigated by the children, she started to do some strange things. After a while, Long Ling took out the sweet and sour pork ribs from the pot and put them on a plate. Looking at the black mass, he was so confused that he couldn't believe how he could make such a thing. Sister Long Ling, this black thing you made doesn't look appetizing at all. Ah, this is like coal. Dad still does it best. The children were also laughing, making Long Ling's face turn pale, but she had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to cook the next dish. For a long time afterwards, Long Ling was in the kitchen cooking with a few little ones, and it took a long time to finish. Chapter 360 Not far away. However, when all the dishes were placed on the table, Long Ling and the little ones all frowned. They were not satisfied with the appearance, aroma, and taste. Just imagining them did not make them taste good. Just at this time, Ye Xuan and Wang Xinyao also came back from a stroll outside. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled an indescribable smell. You guys did this? Following the smell to the dining table, Ye Xuan looked at the dishes on the table and suddenly felt a sense of fear. He looked at Long Ling and the little guys in surprise. Master, we did this together. I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks. Let's eat first. Long Ling's eyes suddenly became evasive. She felt a little embarrassed when Ye Xuan looked at her like this, so she had to slip back into the kitchen while getting the dishes. Dad, these were made by us and Sister Long Ling. Dad, aren't we great? But we are just helping out. The dishes are all cooked by Sister Long Ling. The children looked at Ye Xuan innocently and smiled foolishly. All right. Ye Xuan sighed as he looked at the situation, but Wang Xinyao beside him was already feeling uncomfortable trying to hold back her laughter. After a while, everyone sat around the table and started eating. Although the dishes tasted as bad as they looked, there was nothing they could do. Based on the principle of not wasting food, they just ate. Sister Long Ling's cooking skills are so poor. What are these? It's really not tasty. I miss my dad's cooking. This tastes weird, but it doesn't feel good at all. After the girls ate, they started to complain about Long Ling one by one. Judging from the expressions on their faces, these things were indeed very unpalatable. Long Ling herself was also having an uncomfortable time eating, and after hearing what the little guys said, she felt even more aggrieved, and spoke to them in a bad mood. You little rascals, you're still talking about your sister Long. What did you do when you were giving orders just now? Have you forgotten? Ah, come and eat, this is a rare delicacy. Ye Xuan was both angry and amused when he saw this, but since he had already picked up the chopsticks, he could only bite the bullet and continue eating. But for him, today, first the little guy's ingenious hangover soup, then Long Ling's dark cuisine, how uncomfortable he was, only he knew. After a few days of stability, Ye Xuan made some preparations and was ready to take everyone to the mountains. After traveling around for a while, they all arrived at the western part of China. Long Ling also came along. The children had been talking about this place for days, and now their wish finally came true. The car was driving on the western highway, but it finally stopped at the foot of the mountain at its destination. At this point, the car couldn't go any further, so everyone had to get off and walk, step by step up the mountain. The little guys didn't complain of being tired. They just followed Ye Xuan and the others, talking as they walked. Great, we are finally here and can play with lots of kids. This mountain road is really hard to walk on. It's really not easy for those kids. Mom and Dad, please slow down, we can't keep up. At this time, Ye Xuan was walking in front holding Wang Xiniao's hand. Listening to the children's voices, he turned around and said with a smile, "Okay, Mom and I will wait for you. Then we can compete to see who is faster." "No, Dad is so awesome, we definitely can't beat him." The children quickly moved their little feet to catch up and refused in a baby voice. "So is there anyone who wants Dad to carry you? First come, first served." "Ah. I want it, I want it. Dad, wait for me. I want to be the first one. I want Dad to carry me." But when Ye Xuan said this, all the children became excited and hurriedly followed him. The local Hope Project leader nearby saw the heartwarming scene between Ye Xuan and the children, smiled slightly, and looked ahead. "Mr. Yi, we will be there soon. We are not far away now." "Good." Ye Xuan nodded, then led the little guys forward. The mountain scenery is beautiful and the air is fresh. Although the mountain road is a bit difficult to walk on, it makes everyone feel very happy. When we arrived here, apart from the project leader who came to greet us, there were no other children there to greet us. Ye Xuan was quite satisfied with this. He had seen many people arranging children to welcome guests before, and it was simply a blatant show. The children had no idea what this was doing and were just following the instructions. Not only did it interfere with their own study and life, it was also meaningless. After walking for a while, the mountain road under their feet gradually became much flatter. Looking forward along the newly repaired cement road under their feet, a brand new Hope Primary School appeared before their eyes. "We're here." Looking at the huge new school with complete facilities in front of him, Ye Xuan reminded the little guys next to him. "Is this their school? Hey, it still looks pretty new. I can't wait to check it out." When the little guys saw the school, the fatigue they had accumulated on the mountain road disappeared instantly, and they looked around. "Mr. Yi and the others are here." At the same time, the security guard at the gate of Hope Primary School also noticed that the person in charge was leading Ye Xuan and others forward, so he quickly picked up the phone in the security room and notified the two principals. "What? I'll be right out." Upon learning the news, the principal did not delay and immediately walked out without stopping, trotting enthusiastically to Ye Xuan and others. "Mr. Yi, it's nice to meet you. On behalf of all the teachers, staff and children of Hope Primary School, I would like to thank you for your contribution." The old principal finally saw Ye Xuan. He extended his hand with gratitude and excitement and shook hands with Ye Xuan. "Mr. Yi, please take a look. The children haven't finished their classes yet. I'll take you to have a good look." The old principal had a white beard, and when he shook hands with Ye Xuan just now, he could clearly feel his big hands covered with calluses. He has a lean and capable figure, and a kind and upright face with heavy glasses, which is enough to show that this principal is a doer, not the fat and big-eared type who sits in an office. "Good." Ye Xuan nodded, then walked in with everyone. After passing through the heavily guarded gate at the entrance of the school, Ye Xuan took a quick look. There were at least 2 security guards on duty in the security room. They were equipped with simple explosion-proof shields, forks, batons, and everything else. The security aspect was pretty good.